Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Turnip's Digest, starting right on time at 8 o'clock a.m., which has proven to be a bit of a hindrance for getting certain people on time and time again. But regardless, we are going to have some sort of a discussion today in some shape or form about something near the topic. Panama Hat and I will both hope and pray that Sandbatch is not, in fact, missing or dead, and he has just, overslept or something innocent like that, and that he will join us soon. Mr. Hat, how are you?
Yeah, I'm sure the Mossad weren't involved at all. No, but yes, I'm doing very well. Yes, as Turnip said, that's the situation. We will have some sort of discussion related to the topic and probably other things as well. But for the time being, it's just us two. And hopefully, yes, he's just overslept his alarm.
We can hope and pray.
We can hope and pray. Yes.
So, if he doesn't show up, say within about half an hour or so, we might just realize that's not going to happen and sort of do a miniaturized topic on this, a miniaturized discussion on this.
It would be good because I haven't done sort of formal reading on this topic for quite some years now, not since I was actually studying American politics as part of an A-level. So other than that, I only have kind of tangential knowledge around it. So it would be good if I could sort of ask you sort of questions about the sort of shape of American politics in the mid-century. I've got questions about how exactly the parties work, because how something like, for example, the Democratic Party operates is very difficult for someone like me to grasp, who's used to a more simple conception of kind of European style politics, where you have, a party that represents the landed class, a party that represents the middle class, party that represents the working class, etc., kind of thing. So yeah, I mean, hopefully we can get into that a bit and do a kind of preliminary, and then next week or whenever Mr. Sandbatch comes back, we can actually have the discussion in full.
Yes, and that will be good. That unfortunately means that we're probably not going to get to the actual party switch in full today, because Mr. Sandbatch has done his own proper research on the topic, like demography and statistics, and he has maps that he's made, which I don't feel like I'm going to show without him, just because
No,
that would feel
we'll have to hold off.
Yeah, that would feel particularly bad. But I can, I have the thumbnail that I made. I specifically made the thumbnail to look provocative, just because that was probably the best example that you can get of someone saying that the parties have switched, is if you show these two electoral maps right here.
And what are these electoral maps?
Right. So the one on the left is 1896. William Jennings Bryan, the Democrat and Populist Party candidate, is in blue. And William McKinley, the Republican Party candidate, is in red. McKinley obviously
won.
He won. He carried most of the industrial states, parts of the West, whereas William Jennings Bryan won, obviously, the solid South and most of the West. So,
and just to ask as well, to give extra context here, from the end of the Civil War up to Woodrow Wilson in 1913, did the Democrats win any elections at all for the presidency, or was it mainly Republican dominated?
So, you had a couple of what would be called bourbon Democrats, or Cleveland rather. So Cleveland obviously would be your one of the main Democratic candidates of the era before, say, the Progressives. However, they were specifically known to have a very hard time after Reconstruction. And the reasons for that should hopefully be obvious. Stephen Sandbatch, have done quite a lot of work on Reconstruction. The very basic summary would be, the North quite literally occupied the South, set up military occupation governments that eventually sort of eased up over time. They had election laws and intimidation for the white population that prevented them from voting. And as a result, most states flipped red. And then at the end of that, most of the West and Midwest would either stand on its own and lose electorally to the West Coast and the sort of industrial states that we see here on the left that flipped red. That is a very common electoral coalition for this time, what you can see right here. This would be enough to win the country, as it was right here and right now. So, the Democratic Party did not have a good time. And yeah, the South is not electorally enough to win anything near to an election. So,
and just to rewind slightly, because it's quite incredible to me. Of course, the South is dominated by the Democratic Party leading up to the 1860s. When secession happens, if I'm not wrong, essentially all of the legislatures and seats are controlled by the Democratic Party, right? They're like the Southern Democrats are the driving force behind the pro-slavery secession movement, aren't they?
Right. So this is probably where Sandbatch and I were going to really dig into it, because it's not necessarily just the planters that drive this Democratic Party coalition down here, or their descendants either. And this is going to hint at what Mr. Sandbatch's work is. The sort of Southern whites, or the more conservative whites, were in coalition with the Democratic Party, if you will. Farmers, rural whites, specifically in the South. If we had Oklahoma here on the map, obviously it did not participate in the election, but if you were to make sort of like an estimate, 1896, you would probably see it gets slightly lighter blue up in the north, and then of course in the south would be a very deep blue. Probably with Arizona and New Mexico, it would be something similar to what you see in Nevada, Utah, Colorado, just because that's what the patterns were for the longest time. So you have to keep in mind what's being shown in this specific map, but even in the elections before it, this is basically long after the planter class had any sort of anything like the political power they had to secede earlier in the century. So this is literally just Democratic coalition building on full display right here. What you see up here in the red is McKinley had a coalition of industrialists, actual industrial workers. He obviously had the sort of the Republican New East, or Near East rather, New England. Sorry, forgive me. And East Coast, New England. There we go.
It's very weird to see that corner of the map be painted such a deep red when you politics, isn't it?
Well, yeah, kinda. And then it's really weird not to just see a very dark red going right here down the middle. Yes. But yeah, that's why I specifically chose these two. The one on the right over here is the 2008 election. That would be Barack Obama versus McCain. So you can basically see the patterns have almost entirely flipped with a few exceptions. So if you look down here, there's no red belt going through the middle of the South, but over here there's a blue belt.
Big blue belt.
So that's not quite a flip, but everything else is kind of flipped. There's no like red border with Mexico down here, but there's a blue border with Mexico down here. You can probably guess as to why that is.
Yes.
Oklahoma looks
that's our based Catholic Hispanic vote there.
Oklahoma in the map obviously looks exactly flipped as you'd expect it. However, Arizona and New Mexico didn't quite make the flip.
You must be very proud of there being no blue at all in your home state.
I remember in 2016, after the presidential election, every single Oklahoma county was red and voted for Trump. And I would go on to poll, just because that's what I did at the time in high school. And there were people that were making like threads of Oklahoma being full red. There were a few jokes that I can't quite repeat on here, but it is.
Yes,
I didn't expect Oklahoma to be making sort of like the base lists.
It strikes me as somewhat of a kind of a romantic sort of point for a conquest, because in Chesterton's Napoleon of Notting Hill, the London borough of Notting Hill sort of declares independence from Britain and then goes on to conquer the rest of the British Empire. So perhaps Oklahoma is the starting point, of the base, the conquest of the Western world.
I can only dream, but that would be something.
Oklahoman supremacy. Yeah.
So as you can also see in the map here, Idaho has flipped, basically, except for this one slightly blue county. Wyoming has not quite flipped, but you can see it's definitely, the trend is reversed. It's not teetering on being blue or red, it is just red. Utah as well, full red instead of just the one county down here. California almost looks the same, but if you notice something very different between the two, you have the Bay Area over here that's red, whereas the rest of the state is basically blue except for this strip of land down here is red. So completely reversed over here in that, if you were to look at it in that lens.
To try and explain this, I want to go back to get some context on. So one of my questions to you was essentially, how exactly does the Democratic Party of the 1800s work?
Okay.
Because so obviously you read about the histories in the 1860s where the South is largely Democratic controlled, but at the same time, a number of northern states are Democratic, and I believe they also have a very powerful base in New York City, with the famous County Hall and the election machines and everything. And according to this map as well, the Democrats are dominating out west.
Right. So by this point in time, sort of like the political machines that you would know have kind of been weakened, which is why it can go red here, if you look on the map closely enough. Yeah. That would happen I think about a decade or so earlier, more or less. Because the 1890s, you're basically in pre-progressive politics. The Populist Party has become a political force. You've had the presidency of Chester Arthur, and a couple of other people similar to him that passed similar that had similar agendas, which was to completely basically break down the parties, the political machines that we know in sort of like the big cities in the East. So if we were to take other electoral maps, you might notice larger cities going in a completely opposite direction than what this map shows. In all honesty, the reason that we would use this map is probably because it's the closest thing you would get before the progressive era sort of flipped the coalitions, to show that this is probably close to what people were affiliated with without any sort of screwy, weird stuff, with the exception of the laws in the South, which, even at the time, if you were to remove them, I don't think it would flip a state red. That would be very wishful thinking.
Yes.
But the way that the Democratic Party would work at the time, so the structure would be the exact same you would see up until about 1968, if I remember correctly. It was very sort of aristocratic and non-democratic in the way it selected its candidates.
Okay.
You would have powerful candidates within the party. I forget the specific name that they were afforded, but they basically each had like one vote and could sway the other delegates to select the party's candidate for like a presidential election. At this point in time, senators aren't yet elected, so they're still like the undemocratic force in the country.
Yeah, which is how it really should be.
That was supposed to be the original balance between the House and the presidency, which was both the House directly elected, the presidency sort of indirectly elected, but eventually it just came to sort of mirror what the popular vote inside that state was, which is unfortunate. But and then the Senate was just not all elected; it was appointed by the state governors that were elected in their own states, so another degree of separation. But the Senate chamber was really supposed to be like, this is where the states themselves, had a say in the federal government, because right now no one really looks at state governors as sort of like a major political force. Obviously, they'll have influence in their local areas. If you get enough of them, you might be able to pass amendments and whatnot. But No one really on election night is like, but what about the balance of Republican and Democratic governors?
Okay.
That's not really a thing anymore. You won't really find that on the news. If it's like I said, if it's a hotly contested election, you'll hear about that state. But no one has a chart saying this is the amount of Republican governors versus Democratic governors.
Mhm.
Well, once upon a time that mattered because, say, Idaho, Nevada, and Utah out here in the solid blue, you know, they could appoint 6 Democratic senators out here. So, like, it directly influenced the composition of the Senate. Whereas by the time we get over here on the right, that's been done away with. You just elect your senators. So you have to keep that in mind when you discuss this. Now, what is this coalition that you're seeing out here where the West is blue, the South, and then the sort of upper South, if you will, is blue?
Yes.
The cities out here in the West are red, and there's just sort of like this red sort of coalition up here in the North. So farmers are a huge coalition building block for this era. That is why the West is blue, and that is why you have such a solid blue down here in the South.
Yes.
Is because of specifically white farmers, but that's really that's the majority farmer population of this country until very recently, if it's not still. So farmers is synonymous with that. So there is obviously going to be a slightly racial element in the South if you read any of their writings, but the big contentious issue in the 1896 election is going to be monetary policy, hilariously enough.
Okay.
Well, can you imagine that being the contentious issue today?
Well, isn't this right around the time of a big crash that Morgan has to get involved in?
Right. So there's been a crash. There's a currency, or what would be called sort of like a tender shortage or a currency shortage in the South, due to a lot of restrictions that have been placed on it. There's just literally, a currency shortage of its circulation in the South, at least according to the mainstream.
Pure supply.
Yeah, and you also they have restrictions that have been imposed since Reconstruction, making it harder to export to the country, keeping them sort of agrarian. During Reconstruction, you had a few types talking about the New South, especially in Georgia and Alabama, which also got hit hard by, say, carpetbagging as a demographic shift, where they were talking about finally the South can industrialize, we can join the rest of the country, everything will be grand, and then you get railway fares and whatnot else imposed on the South, making it basically impossible to compete with the interests up here in the red. So this sort of blue area, very agrarian still, extremely. There has been some changes in parts of the states to where railroads have brought about slight industrial expansion, but it's going to be nothing like Homestead or Pittsburgh, upstate New York, anything like in Michigan, where you might see heavy industry. Like I said, save for some parts of Georgia, Alabama, maybe the Carolinas. I'm not quite certain about industrial history in the Carolinas, but I do know that the New South was specifically targeting these 2 states down here, which is why perhaps they've kind of flipped slightly lighter in their shade of blue, as opposed to once upon a time their very dark shade of blue. Out west, the railroads were extremely hated, which is often credited for giving rise to the Populist Party.
The railroads were hated?
Yes, hated. Because what would happen is you would live out there as a farmer. How do you get your goods to market? You have to negotiate with that railroad that is right over there. So this gave rise to sort of like contemporary monopoly theory in your economics classes.
And of course, the railway barons, who, if you look at any newspaper cartoon of this era, there'll always be an image of a sort of railway baron or a representation of them.
Which, wearing top hats, 3-piece suits, and
hats, very, 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 very large. And I imagine that this artificial monopoly on agricultural goods is what prompted that image. If what you're saying.
Hold on. I've heard from Sandbatch. He says he is awake, but only awake. I'll tell him we're doing basic intro.
Here we go. So we may save the stream after all.
Yeah. So, out here, especially towards this area, the Great Plains, where there's specifically agriculture and almost nothing else. Railroads are absolutely despised. The only places they're flipping red is because there is industry, or because there is such a sort of like proto-progressive foothold in the state already, which is going to flip early to the Republicans because William McKinley's running mate is the one and only Theodore Roosevelt, the progressive governor of New York.
The bull moose.
Yep. So that's why you see, for instance, Wisconsin going so heavily red, is because Wisconsin is kind of like the poster boy of the sort of Republican progressive movement.
Okay.
So that is that's what you're seeing there. But out here, you see Kansas, Nebraska, South Dakota, specifically going very blue. And then as you go farther west, sort of like the Rocky Mountain states, there's a mix of agriculture and mining, except for, say, Nevada and Utah, but less intensive there, obviously. It's not quite the Great Plains. If you're a farmer or a miner, you have to negotiate with the one railroad that is nearest to you. Otherwise, it's unprofitable or unsafe to get to the other railroad that could offer competition. And these railroad barons were not the greatest people. We can understate that and just leave it there. So you had what might be labeled as extortionate fees on traveling or on railway fares, going from this sort of agricultural new west out here to the east. Typically, if you wanted a shorter route, you go to somewhere along the Mississippi River and then go from there, because there's actual cheaper fares going down the Mississippi into the Gulf of Mexico and then where not else from there. And basically after that, if you're a farmer, it's not your problem because you just sell it to someone that's going to be
to an agent.
Shipping.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
I mean, it's incredible because we're presented with a view of progressive history about the coming of the railroads to the West, where it's always seen as this kind of great, hearkening, the people could move around, the great steam engines, hauling goods and industry and wealth across the plains to the Pacific. It's this kind of great romantic image that it has. So it's very interesting to hear the kind of the opposite take, which is, well, no, because the actual people that lived in the out west, especially the farmers, you're saying hated the railways.
Yes. Well, and they had to rely on them, so it's not like they hate it for no reason. But they were seen as a monopoly, and this is why, if you look at the emergence of the Populist Party, If you look at the emergence of the Populist Party, it is primarily going to be out west. You had political organizations known as the Grange or the Grange. I've always called it the Grange, but I got to college and people were pronouncing it weirdly.
Grange.
yeah. So that was an organization specifically meant for farmers, and it was sort of a hotbed of populism at this point in time. And if populism in the American sense does not just mean like focusing on people power, it is sort of like a highly regulationist political movement where you'll see a coalition of farmers, miners, homesteaders, people out west that are largely self-sufficient in their production. And they want to regulate railroads. They want to regulate monopolies. They want to have easier credit being extended to homesteaders, farmers, and miners so that they can start their own enterprises. If you were to, it's Protestant, but it looks very distributist, if you will. So
that's a good comparison. Yeah, I think.
So basically, they are focused on making sure that the land holdings out here in this sort of blue area, what became the blue area, stay in small landholders, very independently minded. They often appealed to patriotism in their rhetoric. Is this what America is supposed to be? Railway owners and magnates, lording over the low man down here in the farm. That's the.
Well, it's a point to consider, given that most of the people would have emigrated out there for freedom, right, and to own their own land and to be their own masters, right. That's the whole point of going out west.
Right, and that's particularly why this hatred was so widespread. It wasn't just like a local incident. Like, this was a full movement in this region. Some of that, of course, would spread to the South, but not entirely, because the South had its own politics.
Mm-hmm.
And literally, if you want to spread an idea there in the South, just due to the political nature of how sort of ingrained individuals were in their states or their seats, you would have to convince them. You don't really primary them out or vote them out to get a new ideology in until really the progressive era, just because that's how it works, really. So you don't really see populism flourishing in the South because these people are perfectly fine with what got them there. They're not going to switch for some sort of new populist rabble rousing.
Well, I mean, essentially, you're looking at different countries really here. I mean, to me, like trying to look at the West versus the Deep South versus New England. It's basically three entirely different countries with different policies, different histories, different political heritage. Like essentially, like you say, the kind of politics that are being run out west in, say, Colorado or wherever are going to be very different from the political workings of Louisiana or Mississippi, right? Or any city in the north.
Right, and there is an American history or historiography. There's a concept known as sectionalism, which is that the country divided naturally into sections based off of economic and political interest. So down here, obviously, you have the southern section, which developed out of the plantation system, developed out of anti-federalism, all the typical southern political philosophy. The north, obviously, federalist, highly industrial, very protectionist in its tariffs, very sort of internal developments oriented, which is also why it is now at this point in time, or at least for the map, the industrial section, very much against immigration, expansion, all this other stuff, just because if you look over here at the red, this is the place hit hardest by immigration. As you might know, in the modern era, what happens if you suddenly throw a bunch of foreign cultures en masse into an area? Well, the people there beforehand, especially if they've been there a while, do not like it.
Yep. So, Association of American Natives, right? That's where that got started up north.
Well, kind of. And you had in the 1840s, there was a huge wave of German and Irish immigration to these cities specifically. That did not go over well. The reports are true. Basically, they were very criminal. Whereas beforehand, this entire area, once upon a time, except for say New York City and sort of like the coastline of Pennsylvania, was seen as sort of like the WASP stronghold, which in the modern day would seem very strange because all their, it's basically taken over by metropolises except for like the very northern areas. And those metropolises are basically inhabited by Eastern Europeans, Germans, Irish, Ashkenazi Jews, whatnot, everything but WASPs.
Huge stripe of European immigration. Really, people from all over the place, like literally from Russia to Ireland, all the countries in between those 2 points, they will end up in New England, basically.
Right. And you also still at this point in time have a very heavy religious emphasis. Most of those immigrants are Roman Catholic. The South down here, by contrast, not really. They're very friendly to Roman Catholics politically, as seen by the Northerners, which is why if you sort of just look at the political policies at this point in time, the Democratic Party, to protect its interests, very sort of free trade oriented with a few exceptions, and that's because look at the Solid South. They export. You export cotton. It doesn't all just go up north. You export it to other countries. If you look at the West out here, this coalition they're building, it's farm goods. Well, we're not just farming for self-sustainability here in America. We export those goods. So your cash crops are down here basically, but like this is the breadbasket. This area right here. So it's grain. Yes, correct. Out here, you get sort of mining goods, ores, minerals, and whatnot. Once again, those can go over here to the industrial areas. Doesn't have to, because these industrial areas are getting along just fine, sort of with the mineral deposits up here in the north, and they're getting on fine with the coal deposits in Appalachia and all the other mineral deposits. So, we have a lot of exporting industry over here, whether you believe it or not. And these exports, now due to the nature of technology, don't just have to go east to Europe. By 1896, they can actually go westward into Asia, just due to the sort of proto-industrialization of China at this point in time, which we covered last week, but also because Japan is itself a power that imports. So these states out here that farm and mine and whatnot else, they now have choice. Anyways, the Democratic Party, large exporters and importers as well. So these blue states are basically going to be importing something out west, and this didn't really go over well, but you can obviously point to labor that they would import and then quickly export once the labor was done. But you also had tools. That's the main one. But intermediate goods. So if you're a miner, you don't really want to. Let me just think of the mining process that you would have at this point in time. It's not like using. You're not quite using pickaxes and wash pans to prospect for gold and copper anymore. Like you do have machinery out there in some sort of industrial form.
Mm-hmm.
You don't necessarily buy the full machine from out here. Out here is focused on basic steel production, focused on oil refining, all the sort of intermediate processes.
Heavy industry.
Right. Yeah. Full finished product can come from anywhere. So you import a lot of that down here in the South. There's a lot of importing going on as well.
And there's also the controversy with the Chinese immigrants being used out west, with the Chinese immigrants in the mines and various other works in the West. Right.
By this point in time, most of that has been clamped down on, just because a lot of that controversy happens in the 1880s.
I see.
The 1870s.
The Yellow Peril.
Right. But by this point in time, that is still very much a memory. Mm-hmm. So it would be equivalent to people. I'm going to use a very hyperbolic example, but if you go to a political debate right now for any of the major parties, 9/11 will still get mentioned. Mm-hmm. That is obviously a much more impactful memory due to the nature of the media apparatus today.
The Chinese are just that bad.
Well, no, they're not that bad, which is why I said it was.
I know.
Right. Hyperbole, but people will remember that time where unionists and miners and whatnot, shot the Chinamen. Mm-hmm. Like that is a memory you don't just forget. And that does bring in something else here. The unions, where do they stand? Because it's 1896. We've had a lot of the major strikes a decade ago. Mm-hmm. Heavy industry is up here in full swing. You don't really have that many unions in the Great Plains, the West, and the South.
Anarchism is getting quite big,
right?
in the East.
Right. So
McKinley McKinley was shot, wasn't he?
Well, yeah, but he will be, I believe, 1901.
Yeah.
1903. Can't quite remember. It was either a year after he started or a year before he was finishing, but I'm pretty sure it was
Eastern European immigrants. Anarchist.
Right, Serbian, if I remember correctly. So
I think so. From that region, his name was Leon Golgots, I think, something like that.
Right, but with the unions, though, you can see here that West Virginia, parts of Ohio, Indiana, parts of Pennsylvania are looking pretty light if they haven't flipped blue. Michigan has got this sort of blue sort of stretch going up towards it. And then as you go farther south, it's starting to flip blue. This is because the unions really did not like the industrialists. Go figure.
Yes.
The very famous sort of poster child example would be the Homestead strike, where you have the Pinkertons being hired to shoot the strikers that have sort of taken over the Homestead steel plant.
I mean, let's really illustrate this. I mean, we in the modern age don't have anything comparable to the labor troubles that were happening in this period. Like, it was in places where it was bad, it was a war. between employers and workers. Like it was like as Turnip just said. I mean, an agency being hired to just like shoot striking workers.
I mean, not just an agency; it was a private army by that point.
Yeah, private army essentially. Yes, and I mean, this would go on, through the First World War, the 20s. There would be the Virginia Coal Wars, and all through up through the New Deal and all that. I mean, it was a big sticking point in the history of not just America, but many nations at the time. But I would say in America, it was especially acute, partly due to the kind of culture, I suppose, of industrialism and business, I suppose you might say.
You do have something to consider, and that you are taking Americans, you're putting them in factories, and you're basically telling them, here's your supervisor, he's going to tell you exactly what to do, and he has like basically full employment authority over you. That doesn't go over well with Americans who have been on a farm.
He's also got the local politicians and law enforcement in his pocket, so don't try and...
Or he's in their pocket, one or the other.
One or the other.
This is very much a sort of reciprocal relationship.
Yes.
The places that go much farther red are people that are much more favorable to the corporate interests. Obviously, William Jennings Bryan, the great populist rhetorician, he would basically just hammer William McKinley this entire time for being in basically the pocket of Morgan, Rockefeller, Carnegie, the railroads, any other industrial interest that you can think of. Basically, every speech he would just rattle that off. And quite famously, in one of his speeches, I forget where it was exactly. It might have been sort of in the Upper South. Can't quite remember, so don't quote me on this. But like, he specifically starts to address the industrialists instead of McKinley, talking about political policy,
right?
Which isn't just him going senile or saying that they themselves are directing it. He is indirectly accusing McKinley of just being a puppet of them, which went over well with the audience that he was talking to. But regardless, these places that are looking much more anemic for the Republican vote, that is Union and what remaining agricultural interests still existed up here. West Virginia has agriculture, not exactly a state renowned for it. You're looking more into mining there. Same interest that you would see out here in the West, except the difference is out here in Virginia, much more unionized, much more warlike. You're going to see a lot more conflicts and clashes just because of the proximity to heavy industry and sort of the direct control that they wanted over their coal supplies. That's what you're seeing right here. And then, of course, as you get closer to the South, it's just going to be that traditional Southern white farmer interest and whatnot else. So that's what you're looking at here. So the populists are sort of out here in the West. They are specifically focused against the railroads. You have to keep that in mind. You have the South and the Southern political interest, which has just existed for the Democratic Party forever at this point. But now it's just been expanded to the basically the rest of the whites. They're slightly more autonomous. That's an anachronism, obviously, with Andrew Jackson. You had the expansion of the franchise, so it's not like the planters were, forcing whites to vote Democrat. It's more just that's the way that the coalition's aligned. When you get to sort of this part, obviously you have industrial interests in Wisconsin, parts of Minnesota. In Minnesota, especially, you have Minnesota and the Dakotas. You have a few mining interests because there's a couple of mineral deposits up here, especially for iron. If I might be misremembering, but I think there's a few oil interests up here as well in the terms of refining plants. So that's sort of the coalition that you're looking at up here on this one map, and we're still explaining the thumbnail. We haven't actually got to party switching yet, but this is all important.
Yes, this is good. This is good.
Yeah, because we're not explaining why things have happened yet, or what has happened yet to go from left to right. We're just explaining what is.
It is vital to understand these underpinnings, and it is important because, of course, it's nebulous in general. Even for Americans, this stuff is quite complicated. But for someone like me, and for a lot of the people in the chat who are not from America, it's even more so. So this is important. Right. This is important territory to cover.
So, and specifically, those mining interests is kind of why there's this red blob here. Just because those areas are basically either going to be proto-progressive, sort of similar to what you would see over here, or they're going to be people that have just moved in from those corporate interests over here to go work in a new mining town, basically. And there's various other reasons. Specifically in North Dakota, there's a lot of local politics that come into play, but that's sort of the incentive structure that's been aligned here. Whereas if you move farther southward, there's a lot more independent farm holdings that you'd have to take into account. You can sort of still see that old Republican coalition holding on here in Kansas, but quickly being swept aside for the populists. Michigan, sort of southern Michigan, you can see, whereas once upon a time it was a very, very red state. You wouldn't have this sort of anemic strip down here in the south. Basically, if you'll just follow my lead here, stretching from close to Chicago all the way to Detroit, you wouldn't have this. This is directly the result of what little agricultural interests you have left, allying with labor and allying with people that are generally just dissatisfied with working conditions. So then you get to the heart of the industry, and this is where you start seeing some real political fun happening. Because a tactic that was perfectly legal at this point in time was that you could just tell people, if you, say, owned a giant plant, if Brian gets elected tomorrow and we're going to have to preempt his policies, we've done the numbers, it's not going to be profitable to keep this plant open anymore, so we're just going to have to close down if he's the one elected tomorrow.
Or it's like, if he's elected tomorrow, then you can all expect a 50% cut in wages to keep pace with the policy, right?
I mean, not even that. Like, they would literally just say, like, don't bother showing up tomorrow. So, yes. Obviously, this is not like Rockefeller himself saying that. This is like whoever managed the plant.
Also,
so, like, just something that was employed.
Just, there's been lots of talk recently, obviously, of electoral fortification, to put it politely. But during this time, I mean, you read any history of political corruption in the States. I mean, this was one of the heydays of it, where whole factories would, as you say, would go and vote for one particular person, or you'd have areas where people were being paid to go and vote like 4 separate times in different places, or just
so that happened.
Ballots and things.
That was definitely a thing a few decades ago. But I would make the claim that had mostly died down by 1896. But we do have the subject matter expert that is present now, Mr. Sandbatch. How are you doing, sir? We can hope and pray that this works. Okay.
Not quite.
Yeah, we might be doing this again with connection issues. 1 second. We will try to sort that out in the background.
Okay.
Okay. He says he's on his phone in the parking lot, so we will take what we can get.
Well, I mean, I will say, I don't know about you, but I've got the afternoon clear. So if he does want to,
right, I do as well.
We don't have to like rush off in 2 hours or something. So
right.
Good.
So disregarding sort of the more urban centers here, the actual industrial towns. I don't think at this point in time it would be every factory would align. So you can say 80% in one direction. I think it might have been less than that. But you didn't have secret ballots yet. So you would have, in a lot of these places, you would have the Republican ballot box and the Democratic ballot box out in the open. So, the old sort of political paintings or drawings or cartoons of, you would have one guy that sat in the middle of the room, and you'd have 2 ballot boxes on one end, and they both 2 guys standing next to them dressed in suits, sort of leaning over, peering at the other guy. That's kind of what we're working with here.
And in some places, a large man with a club. And one box looking full and the other empty.
So
depending on
so this, obviously there's going to be a massive red push up here. Even if you go back to the Civil War, these few states where you see industry rise up, has always been sort of Democratic friendly. So you do have to work at this point in time to make them flip red. We will try this again. Mr. Sandbatch, how are you doing, sir?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You're just slightly
Oh
muffled.
my god. Oh my. Well, it's probably about as good as it can get.
Alrighty. Yeah, how are you?
Pretty good. This 8 o'clock thing is killing me, Turnip Seed. Killing me.
Well, like I said, I messaged to you for you and your your actual research work that you are doing and your subject matter knowledge. We can bump the stream up to like 10 or 11 if we need to. Of course, we'd have to be a bit shorter because the Prudentialist, our good friend, runs at 2 p.m. Eastern. So like that's like a hard cutoff.
Right. What the hell? What is he doing?
He has his stream where he goes over geopolitical and political literature.
This Mearsheimer thing.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
Is he doing Mearsheimer today?
I think so.
Okay. All right.
He's been talking about Mearsheimer, so I'm assuming that.
Right, and we can take a break right now. I was basically explaining sort of the political interests of 1896 over here, not explaining why.
You're still in 1896.
Well,
right,
I figured we would be especially thorough and wait for you to join, and then you can explain your stuff, and we can just go from there. But
I also wanted to know
literally just lead 2 libertarians to talk about the 1896 election. That is, oh my God! I apologize to whatever audience is left.
No. Well, our audience numbers have gone up, and you can ask Panama. I have not once made a libertarian talking point. I'm literally just explaining like unions, farmers.
Have you all talked about gold?
Not yet. I was about to get to sort of the bimetallism stuff, but I was literally just saying populists are popular in sort of this Great Plains region because of independent farm holders and railroads. Railroads being hated, mining interests over here. Over here, you kind of have the Republicans taking urban centers and we explained why. We explained sort of like the white farmer, sectional interest down here in the South, the leftovers of the sectional interest. You sort of have proto-progressivism up here. You have New England, which is just, firm, or discounting New York City, a firm Republican state. You have industrial interests over here, mining interests up here, literally just thoroughly combing over the incentives for there. But just really quickly, before we carry on. Before we carry on with the subject matter, I will have everyone do their shillings and introductions because Panama Hat and I just kind of jumped in here, which we didn't really give sort of like a proper explanation. Who are you all for the audience that might be newly joining or whatnot else? Where can we find your work? So Panama Hat, by all means, introduce yourself now that the introduction can stop.
I'm sure that the usual links are down in the bottom. My channel can be found over, which is just Panama Hat, where I have various videos and streams coming up. Keep an eye. I'll post on this channel and my Twitter at @VerseByHat about upcoming books and things. Lots to look forward to. Lots of stuff being worked on right now. Basically, the space is open at the moment. Nothing especially major to announce. I do have a video coming out in the next week on G.K. Chesterton, Belloc, and the question of the Jews, because I've been reading up about that recently. So I'll make a video on that.
God, that's a spicy topic. But
it's not as spicy as you think, but yes.
Right, but
it's a spicy topic until G.K. Chesterton gets a hold of it, and then it just turns into Catholic flab. There are a lot of great things about G.K. Chesterton. One of them is he's never very spicy because he talks so much. He published like 80 books or some shit like that. Yes. So there's never a moment where he gets together and says they're a clique of international rootless cosmopolitans.
He sort of does. I mean, it depends on the era of Chesterton.
Right, he sort of does.
Well, there's
always sort of.
Well, because there's the whole thing around the Marconi affair in 1912, where a UK government minister of a certain ethnicity is basically found to be insider trading in radio shares. And for Chesterton, he said to him that was more of a shock to Britain than the First World War was, essentially, of the actual, in terms of the actual sort of repercussions of what that would mean for Britain from then on, essentially. That it was just turning into a total plutocracy of international finance.
I find that argument slightly strenuous, considering insider trading is how you got your office of the prime minister. But
well, no, there's a bit more to it than that, and I'll go into it. But yes.
With that being said, I have been very ambitious today, and I'm being joined not only by the by Panama Hat, who is obviously a Roman Catholic, English, my usual co-host, and you are on here specifically because you are an outsider, and you will make Sandbatch and I stop and explain things for people that don't know. I remember the other stream that Sandbatch and I did. I stopped him and had him explain what a filibuster is.
Did you call me English just then?
Welsh.
Sorry. I love that you say that as a Welsh. Well, it is important. Come on, it means something. I am not ethnically English. I can't claim to be. So.
Yeah, fair enough. But you are an outsider to all of this. You're on here specifically because you will make us slow down and explain things from the ground up if we need to. Like I said, the example I used was Sandbatch covered the historiography of the Lost Cause. We were talking about one point in time as a tangent filibusters, which were people that went to Central American or Pacific countries and took them over as like an American interest, not people standing up in a parliament and trying to prolong a debate. So I very nearly just let that pass because I know what he meant. But we have an audience of people here who might not have known that. You are here to basically, I want this to be thorough, which is why, for instance, we've spent 40 minutes going over, what was the landscape in 1896, just because it is very foreign to the modern day. Basically, all the stuff we've talked about, not really in play, except for a couple of things, which I'm sure Sandbatch will mention. But Mr. Sandbatch, thank you for joining us. Where can we find your work? Who are you? What do you do? Please introduce yourself.
Hold on.
So are you currently headed to a computer, or is it going to be phone the whole time?
If you really want to know, I'm sitting in a parking lot in the middle of rural Louisiana, and I also have to reconnect my battery cables to charge my phone that I'm talking on. That's currently at 3%.
Okay.
So I used to do a lot more streams, but because of my material circumstances and and the hoops I have to jump through to get on them now, I'm sort of relegated. But I am a Southern historian. I have graduate degrees in Southern history, and then also in literature. So I've been around for a while. I have a blog at Esoterica Americana, but again, I don't ever publish on it. And I've been doing some of the old Glory Club stuff lately.
Excellent.
Right, and it might also be worth mentioning that on top of just having graduate degrees here, well, obviously that entails research. But for this specific topic, Sandbatch, I believe that you have been digging into the data along with just your knowledge of how things were at this time, isn't that correct?
Yeah, I'm trying to write a book about the end of the Dixiecrats. Not so much the beginning. The beginning is very well covered. But I used to work for people who, this is all past my time, of course. But I used to work for people who were staffers for some of the last true Southern Democrat politicians, and in some cases for the Republicans that theoretically replaced them. So I also have kind of an insider's eye on exactly what happened that caused the party switch and what the mechanisms of it were that, frankly, even scholars that have written about this topic before probably don't have, because scholars tend to be left-wing, and these people were decidedly not left-wing, so they usually don't want to go talk to the scholars.
Right, and that's something that I've encountered because I've tried to organize things on campus, and I have very quickly found that, undergraduate and even in sort of like the graduate area, the people that sort of cover this side of American history don't really care about actually digging into what happened, at least on like a sort of written level. They are very content to just sort of like use and combine existing narratives that fit kind of what's happened.
The graduate student's trick. But I actually want to push back a little bit, a little bit here, and say that they do. Okay, and this is a general lesson about reading history, because I was helping somebody. I guess it was Radlib. I was helping him with that civil rights violence stream that you all did a couple of nights ago, and I guess that went well. I was driving home from work, but
yeah, it went very well. People seemed we went over very basic stuff, but that's what we need to do for that topic.
When I mentioned some of the sources that might be worth consulting, Radlib said, well, this is an instance where some of the newer stuff is better. And I said, well, this is always going to depend on your positionality. And I'd point back to that historiography stream that we did, where, the perception, the political perception of different periods of American history changes somewhat. And it's one of these situations where the left has become so unhinged that they have started telling the truth about things that they lied about as recently as 10 years ago. So you can find really good archival research in leftist historiography, in leftist history texts. You just can't trust what their commentary on it is. So you can mine their bibliographies for great material. This is actually one thing graduate students are very good about, is creating extensive bibliographies, because they have to. Like whenever so sometimes you can listen to the leftists,
right? And that is fair. I am just when I talk about grad school and all this other stuff, I'm just generally extremely pessimistic, because I have all the people I work with are in it, and every single description I get is, quite frankly, just grim from a sort of academic standpoint. But that is mostly in economics and economic history, not necessarily. I do have exposure to American history and similar stuff, just because there's a lot of overlap with econ history. But it's grim on that side. It's a lot of you basically just have, if you want to get published, you can hope to sneak something good into, say, the bibliography, or maybe a paragraph or something like that that's sort of been reworded to fit what the publishers are looking for, what the committee is looking for, rather. But you can't really write just direct truth and expect it to get published, from what I know.
My level of professionalism should start to rise now. There should no longer be any little Southern Democrat kids screaming about their Happy Meal toys. And there should be no more beeping.
Fantastic. So, as I was trying to explain, you've done your own, you have graphs and data, the last time I checked, and I think you pinned it on your Twitter profile, where you went into, I believe it was a Harvard data archive, and you kind of looked at, if I remember correctly, and I'm sure we'll get to this and how it's important, you went by, was it white male and then non-white male party affiliation by county? And you sort of cleared that over a time series.
Okay, let's talk about what I've done so far. Okay, so really, like I said, I'm trying to write about and of course, this kind of jumps to the end of the story and leaves out because you've been talking about 1896. But I will tell you, before we start again, I'll tell you what I have been doing. So I've taken information from the 93rd Congress on. The 93rd Congress was the Congress that met from 1973 to 1975, and I have data from there on out. Okay, and so what I'm sort of looking for is the instance, whenever we talk about the Southern strategy and the Southern shift, the Lee Atwater shift, people will frequently rightly point out that Lee Atwater, who was a prominent Republican strategist from like somewhere in Georgia, but he went to school at Union College in South Carolina, and he's generally perceived to have been the whiz kid Republican operative that engineered the Southern shift from the Democrat Party to the Republican Party at the presidential politics level. So what I've tried to do is take this at the congressional district level, because I think the House of Representatives is frankly more, not to offend the British, but I think it's more interesting than the House of Commons as a legislative body. And the competition's only between those two for most interesting legislative body in the history of the world. Roman Senate's like fourth or fifth. Like House of Commons and House of Representatives, by far the two most interesting. And so what I've really tried to do, though, is I've taken a hint from an article by The Atlantic. And again, me listening, Sandbatch, not listen to leftist challenge, impossible. But right after Donald Trump got elected to got elected president in 2016, The Atlantic ran a very strange article called "How Democrats Lost Their Populist Souls," and they point out that the Watergate generation was one of the largest incoming, like what they call the Watergate babies. The 94th Congress was one of the largest incoming freshman Congress classes in history. I think it may be the largest, though 1812 one might have been a little bit bigger relative to the size of Congress at the time. But if you look at this map, though, what you'll see is you'll see an intact Southern Democrat bloc. And then what I've sort of done is, Congress by Congress, even as the maps change, because there's a lot of things that changed, especially that changed the power level of the Southern bloc in Congress. One of them is that they start losing population, so they start losing members. And I've traced what appears to be the downfall of the Southern bloc in Congress over the course of from the 93rd Congress up to the present. And I've done it a couple different ways. One with racial and party affiliation. I kind of just did that one for the chunk some red meat at the base. What I'm really interested in is because we all knew that was going to happen. Okay, in 1973, right. Congress is white, male, and Protestant. Okay, and then we know if we look at Congress now that it ain't that no more. So we knew that was going to happen. It was just, it's just fun. It's just sort of fun to see it visually because people don't do a lot of visualizations with Congress. The one I was really interested in, though, was the seniority index, because one of the things that's interesting about the House of Representatives is that party affiliation matters for quite a bit, but probably the most important thing in Congress is tenure in Congress. So the longer you're there, the better your committee appointments are, the larger the caucus that forms around, the larger your political cartel becomes. And one of the things that I discovered is that while a Southern bloc does still seem to exist in the 1970s through the early 1980s, that it's a hollowed out block of what it used to be. And this is kind of the crime scene that I've stumbled on. So if you take, and actually I may have it on my phone.
Oh, right. Yeah, you're on your phone. I was about to ask if you could send me that. But
we'll in a data, but I may have it here. We can. Oh, there's my slave market data. You can tell I'm probably the only person in the whole world that walks around with a graph of slave prices at the New Orleans market saved to their phone. But I'm pretty sure I have it back here somewhere. But one of the things that I have discovered is that while there is a Southern bloc in the 1970s, that it's a hollowed out Southern bloc because these are, the tenure of these congressmen. One of the things that's really remarkable about the Southern Democrats is that they tended to elect the same guys to office and then just leave them there. Here's the one. This is Congress at the beginning of that's the 93rd Congress. Okay.
So,
but that's not the senior.
Hello,
Sandbatch. I do believe we've lost your audio. But he did send me the visualization, so I'll just throw that. Oh, I think he's back.
Okay. Oh.
Or I heard him, I thought.
Am I back?
Yeah, I hear you.
You're back now. There you go.
I have no idea what happened. I was gonna say let me drop out and get all of those graphs real quick, but no, we're not gonna worry about it because I can just describe what happens. But I can just describe what happens. What happens is that if you could transform this map into a seniority map, you'll see the Southern Democrat bloc remains intact. But if you go to the seniority map, only two portions of it are remain at the senior head of the Democrat Party. Those are going to be.
Do you have the seniority map on you?
Let me get to it. You're going to lose me again. Did you lose me already?
No, we didn't lose you yet. But
you're going to lose me again as I find it.
Well, if you can still hear us, I would like to say this. We'll start with these beginning maps that you've done. And then before we just show like the time series, we should probably connect sort of like 1896 to here, because we can just graze over, we have a progressive movement that flips some coalitions, Obviously, sort of out here in the Great Plains area, you see Republicans start to sort of gain a little bit more prominence. We should probably like bridge those two things since we so thoroughly covered 96 as a beginning point, and then we'll just go from there. Does that sound all right, Sandbatch?
Yeah, that's fine. Can you
All
still
right.
hear me?
Yeah.
You can.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
It's going well.
Oh, it looks like I went and deleted them all because I didn't like how they looked. Oh no, here's one. No, here's one. This is another thing you have to deal with me. This is one of the reasons I don't publish very often. Is because if there's even one small point on something that I don't like, I'll delete it. But yeah, no, I do have one here. This was kind of a weird one. It's seniority by sextile. I said sex. Let's see. But anyway, no. Do you want to go back and talk about 1896? Is that important?
Well, I think we basically covered that enough. It's just we kind of need to bridge from there to here, because we can see some things that look very similar. Like obviously, the South is still mostly Democratic. We can see sort of like the West Virginia going up into Ohio, parts of Pennsylvania still Democratic, Utah still Democratic. Sort of the rural parts of the West, bar Southern California, still Democratic. But we sort of see the Republicans start to make gains in the Rockies area and in the Western Great Plains, still retaining New England, parts of Michigan, Pennsylvania, and whatnot else. So it's similar but different. But yeah, there we go. Seniority.
That's just seniority of the Democrats, by the way. So that one does not take. But you can see what I'm talking about. You see right there in Texas. That's in Texas, okay, and then right around Atlanta. Now, I don't know. Let me ask you this, Turnip. Have you ever heard a story about when JFK was killed? How in the area around Atlanta there was celebration in certain congressional offices and in certain congressional districts.
I've heard that story for Texas.
Yeah, in Texas and then in Georgia, okay, where so really what you're looking at the start of the 93rd Congress is there is theoretically a Southern Democrat bloc left, but this is not the Southern Democrat bloc that existed from 1865 up till really 1970 or so. These are
I think we did just lose your audio there. Will he return is the big question.
While he's doing that, can you just quickly clear up the exact meaning of seniority, just to make sure I got it right?
So this is how many times they've been reelected.
Okay, I see.
How long have they been in the Congress? So you see the sort of darker tiles down here, southern Oklahoma, Texas, sort of like the northern part of the deep south over here, parts of Florida. I'm sure, hopefully, he will rejoin. As I said, he was in a car park. Up here, you sort of get leftovers of a progressive movement in the Democrats. Parts of Pennsylvania, going into Ohio and southern Pennsylvania. He's back here. But if I have
more maps, because I have to navigate away from the StreamYard link on my phone, and then it gets lost, and I don't know what to do with it.
Got it. So, I do have the seniority map still pulled up here, but if I had to guess, you're probably about to say these sort of lighter tiles that we see in the South. That's sort of like the old guard being replaced by something new. But
okay. So when you think of Southern Democrats, you're thinking of Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana. That dark patch down there at the bottom. This is the 93rd Congress. That's my district, the one that I live in. That very dark one down there at the toe in Louisiana. That is Congressman Frank C. Hebert's seat. In 1973, he's been in that seat since 1936. Okay, so he's one of the longest serving congressmen in the history of the House of Representatives, and this is his last term. He's going to retire and he's going to die, and he's going to be replaced by a Watergate Democrat who is then promptly going to be replaced by a Republican. So that's whenever I'm like looking for indicator districts, because I'm a narcissist, I chose my own district as an indicator district, but it also happened to be a very good one because that race ends up being a good example of what goes on. But really, we need to go back to the 1890s now, because you really need to understand that there have always been two separate types of Southern Democrats. And the first one is very similar to the historiography stream that we talked about.
Right.
Southern democracy comes really in 3 generations. Off the top of my head, I would say 3, but there's possibly a 4th. There's the first generation, which is going to be the people they're not even really elected. Okay, they're the people who formed the former planter class in the ruins of the South during the Civil War. This is a group of people that's going to be called the Bourbon Democrats. It's hard to call them Southern aristocrats at this point. Go ahead. Sorry. Yeah. You had something.
No, I was literally just going to say, if you go back to, or after this, if you go back to the Lost Cause stream, the Bourbon Democrats and sort of like the displaced aristocrat aesthetic that they were using is something that Sandbatch and I discussed, if you want to know more. But yeah,
I mean, these are the people. They were the opposite class of the Confederate Army. They're the former planter class, but they're not doing so well anymore either. Okay, they don't have money. They'll wear these broadcloth shirts, and they have their old fancy carriages, but the clothes have patches on them, and this one. But the milieu of Reconstruction does reforge the political scene in the South to essentially a one-party state. Before the Civil War, there are Whigs in the South, and there are Democrats in the South, and they don't really they have different positions on tariffs and taxes and this sort of thing. But the formation of what we think of as the solid South is not even really a result of the Civil War. It's a result of the economic hardships and the what they referred to as the federally imposed negrocracy. I think I probably killed. Hopefully the algorithm won't pick that word up. But this is their word, not mine. It's legitimate historical research, and the conditions that this Southern bloc grows in. And initially, after actually, if you remember, Dave Chappelle just got made into a meme again because he did an anti-Semitic rant on SNL. And there were some kindly tribal people that were willing to point out on Twitter that Dave Chappelle comes from an old black family that has a long history in show business. And actually, Dave Chappelle's great-great-grandfather was a member of the House of Representatives from South Carolina during the Reconstruction years, as a Republican, of course. He was a black Republican member of Congress. And while these people hold, the federal seats from 1865 to about 1877, the Southern Democrat bloc is forming in the backcountry through, groups like the Knights of the White Camellia, which was basically a Ku Klux Klan that allowed Catholics in, the Klan itself, the White League,
Red Shirts,
Hampton's Red Shirts. These, frankly, paramilitary organizations form the backbone of that, and frankly, they're organized along the lines of the Confederate Army. And so this is why in 1877, whenever the Republicans and the blacks and the Federals pull out, what's left is essentially the Confederate Army transformed into a political machine, and that becomes the Bourbon Democracy. They elect their old officers and their old planters as members of Congress. But there is a bifurcation that's been growing between essentially this upper elite aristocratic group of Southerners before
we explain, what's going to go on there. It might be for people that don't know. It might be worth saying, what do you mean when we say like the Federals and the the Black Republicans and whatnot pull out of the South?
Do you want me to get us kicked off stream?
No, I was going to very briefly summarize it, and we will. We've discussed it on the Reconstruction stream that I did with Stephen Carson over at Radical Liberation. You and I discussed it on our Lost Cause stream. What happened was in the occupation of the South following the Civil War, you would have obviously the sort of plantations were dissolved or in some cases burnt down. And the former slaves there and some of the blacks from the North would sort of move to various places in the South, and the federal government, in order to make sure that order is kept, they would arm them and have them patrol, redistribute resources, and whatnot else to their.
Yeah, this is one of the interesting things about Reconstruction that people frequently miss because they think, oh, okay, federal occupation in the South. One of the things they don't point out though is that northern whites who had signed up to fight the Civil War, they didn't have the terms of enlistment was like 1 year, 4 year, and then like for duration. Officers got the same deal, and so in 1865, by 1865, Lincoln has been mobilizing blacks and non-English speaking immigrants, mostly
Germans.
Irish Catholics and German Catholics, for most of the last 3 or 4 years, to essentially fill staffing positions in the rear of the Union Army. So like they're staffing artillery posts and forts that are like guarding the Canadian border, and stuff that you have to put living people in to give some semblance. But they're not doing a lot of what you'd call the frontline fighting. The soldiers that have been doing the frontline fighting are like New England Yankees, college-educated general, the Joshua Lawrence Chamberlains of the world. Right. And when the war's over, they're sick of this shit. They want to go home. And so what's left, the army that forms the Federal Occupation Army of the South is composed largely of blacks and people that don't speak English as a first language. So they do present themselves uniquely as a hostile occupation.
Right, and just to make sure that we don't get kicked off and to provide some sort of a nuance here, you can find exceptions to this. So it's not universal, it is just close to universal. Hopefully that will assuage whatever algorithm could come and kill us.
Not all Reconstruction occupiers are like that. Turnip is what we just did. No, I'm well within the bounds of within the bounds of this stuff is all agreed on.
Okay.
All right. None of this is controversial.
I am just saying I would like to keep my channel after this. I have we have sort of like an allowance of unallowed discussion per video, and we have covered most of this on a former video and stream. So we've blown through our limit, and we're in Birch Strips territory now. But one of the things that's sort of interesting is that this period also coincides, however, with the total collapse of the cotton market, because the British, whom we have been dependent on to sell cotton, have by 1872 they've opened up people think of Egypt as being part of the British Empire for way longer than it was. By 1872, the British have opened up the Egyptian cotton market, and they don't need as much Southern cotton, so that market collapses, and it stays collapsed until Woodrow Wilson is president. So this is whenever we're really in the milieu that we're going to start talking about Southern Democrats now. And there's two different kinds. There's this bourbon Democrat, okay, he's a wealthy, usually very conservative, old-fashioned type of American. Like he's what you would call a Jacksonian. And the bifurcation that grows between these people comes to a head in the 1896 election, because on one hand you have what are called the gold bugs of the bourbon democracy, who have a lot of their movable wealth and a lot of their ideology is focused on sound money policy and on essentially retaining their position in the social structure. And underneath them, there is essentially the group of people who are white tenant farmers. I don't know if anybody's a food subscriber. Whenever I was on with Dark Enlightenment the other night, we talked about people plantation, which is essentially what developed out of the Reconstruction post-war, because cotton wasn't making money. So the planters chose to sort of make their margin by charging higher rents on their white tenant farmers. So in essence, they're replicating the plantation system, but instead of cotton as the product, rent from their tenant farmers who are producing cotton for a depressed market.
become the product that forms their margin. Now, the people who are down in that class have developed a different sort of political economy. They've sort of discarded Jacksonianism and moved backwards in time to a much more Jeffersonian way of looking at the world. And they are partisan supporters of the coinage of free silver, which brings them into coalition with the Western grain farmers. Okay,
so
that ends up being that is the most important political coalition that has been formed in American politics since the Civil War. This coalition of poor white cotton farmers and Midwestern grain farmers and silver miners. And they're referred to as the populists.
So, Panama, I specifically skipped the bimetallism and the currency discussion when we were going over these interests, and I was explaining things on a very micro-regional level.
Weirdly enough, this is one of the bits I actually know quite a bit about because of my previous economic research.
Very good.
Not really research, but reading, I suppose. I'm aware of the political issue around the
coinage of silver.
The coinage, yeah.
Well, it's one of these things that to today's mind, it seems patently absurd and fantastical that these illiterate hillbillies out in the country have such strong opinions about fiscal policy. Okay, like that is like on one hand, that's like unheard of.
Not even fiscal, monetary.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, these are people that you would not expect to be able to read, yet they do have this incredibly sophisticated, concept of what the fiscal future of the monetary policy of the United States should be. Okay, it's like something out of fairyland. Whenever you think of the modern concept of democracy, which is one thing that's real interesting about them. But for our purposes, the thing that I think needs to be pointed out is that in the 1896 election, this is the first time there is ever a crack in what you would think of as the Solid South. So what happens is that the Bourbon Democrats, who are generally the older reactionary type of conservatives, they throw their lot in with the Mugwumps and the Republicans of the Northeast and back a gold standard. Okay,
what is that group that you just mentioned there? Obviously, you and I know what it is, but we are now using 1890s political terminology.
No, it's still the same people. It's the same people that they were in the 1870s. The Bourbon
right. So but like you might want to explain them because we do have like a European audience. We have people that just don't know.
The Bourbon Democrats. The Bourbon Democrats are, like I said, they were the people who were the officer class of the Confederate Army. You'll frequently find, like, you Colonel Sanders, the KFC guy. These are like older gentlemen that will be referred to still by their rank in the Confederate Army.
Right, and then the Mugwumps.
The Mugwumps. The Mugwumps are a group of because Academic Agent has been talking about Brooks Adams and Henry Adams. Brooks Adams and Henry Adams were Mugwumps. They are Northeastern Republicans who frequently, in Henry Adams' case, he served in all three of the Adams brothers' cases. They served in the Union Army and in diplomatic, because they're all very wealthy aristocrats, Harvard educated, this sort of thing. They were in like the diplomatic corps and that sort of thing. But the Mugwumps are a group of Republicans that broke with the Republican Party in, I think, 1872 over the nomination of James G. Blaine for the Republican Party. And no, they might have been after that because they threw their votes to Grover Cleveland. But they are a group of kind of dissident Northeastern conservatives who are dissatisfied with the conduct of the Reconstruction regime, and they form a kind of weird political alliance with the old ruling class in the South against imperialism and in favor. So they're going to be against the annexation of Puerto Rico, against the annexation of Cuba, against the annexation of the Philippines as we move on. But the thing that brings them together first is their mutual appreciation of their own wealth and all of the gold that is buried under the floor in the master bedroom, which they think should form the basis of economic power in the United States. And their opposition are going to be in the North. They're going to be, frankly, immigrant types that tend to vote with the Republican Party. And then in the South and West, it's going to be with the cash-starved dirt farmers of the South, the silver miners of the Southwest, and then the grain farmers of the Upper Midwest. So that's sort of the lay of the land. And in the 1896 election, the Bourbon Democrats make they make this terrible mistake, and they just win. The Populists and the Democrat Party both separately nominate William Jennings Bryan for the 1896 election. They form a third party that they call the Gold. They're the Gold Democrats, is what they call them, what they call themselves, and they get their shit pushed in. And this is the first time. This is really the first time that what you would consider to be the reactionary conservatism of the Southern Democrat bloc starts to crack a little bit, and this second type of Republican, the second type of Southern Democrat comes in power, who is going to be populist oriented, but over the course of the next 2 or 3 congressional terms, as populism fades into progressivism, they become frankly, the wheelhouse of progressive reforms, because there are so many of them. This is like Congress. The best example of one is Congressman Carter Glass from Virginia, who is he's a great example of one of these new populist style Southern Democrats who is, suspicious of banking, suspicious of, he's more suspicious of, in some cases, of private industry than he is of public regulation. This is one of the things that separates these two types of Southern Democrats. One of them is like a Ron Paul type Republican, audit the Fed, make government nothing. I am the king of my little manor house down here in Mississippi. And then there's an anachronism, sort of, right? Yeah, and then there's the sort of type of Southern Democrat that's going to be more like the best example of one of these, of course, is Huey Long, but Huey Long's kind of weird. So we'll use Big Jim Folsom, who was a governor of Mississippi in the 1920s. There's going to be probably the full-throatedest, the most full-bore populist. These guys are so populist that they actually hedge on the race question. They're perfectly willing to go pander to blacks for votes in their competition with the Bourbon Democrats. So inside the Southern Democrat bloc, there is this internal politics of the populists versus the bourbon reactionaries that sort of plays out over the course of the early part of the 20th century. I'm sorry, that was a lot at once.
No, and here I will just present a picture of Folsom there, since you mentioned him. Big Jim. Yeah, this is the
Big Jim Folsom. Actually, but when you get done with that, go pull our map back up. The red and blue map. I'll show you
yours, right?
Yeah, mine.
Okay. Yeah, here. Yeah, I'll pull this up, and then we have something funny from chat that might be able to clear all these different coalitions up. Here's your map.
Yeah, so Big Jim is from Alabama's, but Big Jim is from that northern district in Alabama that's like that's Mississippi. Turnip.
Here.
But there you go. But yeah, he's from that district, which that's mostly going to be foothills of the Appalachian Mountains. So this is not cotton country. These are going to be people who are they're tradesmen. They work in lower industry. They tend to have some sympathy for labor issues, and this is one of the big internal political issues of in the Southern democracy is that this push and pull between the industrializing elements usually funded by the North that bourbon Democrats are willing to fund to come into this part of the country, and then there is also the populist element that wants to restrict their ability to exploit Southern white labor, and those are the two main factions. But you can see, like, just north of where Big Jim is from, though, that red streak that runs, like kind of northeastern through Tennessee all the way up. That's all the way up to Washington D.C. You'll notice that follows the chain of the Appalachian Mountains. Those are the same people that when the Civil War was fought, they refused to join the Confederacy. Okay, so there has always been this element in the South, but after the Civil War, especially because of the growth of populism as a policy, and because of the growth of progressive reforms, these people start to get a little air. They start to get a little bit of support, even from even down into Mississippi and into Louisiana. You can see down there in Southwest Mississippi at the start of the 93rd Congress, there is for some reason a Republican in one of the the staunchest Southern Democrat districts. Now that stuff that's going on the Gulf Coast, that's kind of a flash in the pan. They're all out the next time. So like that 93rd Congress was a fluke for them. But you had something from the chat. Am I making sense so far, by the way?
Well,
I know I'm jumping around.
This is a joke, but genuinely, just getting a handle on this policy might actually help. We'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, basically, we've already done stuff that'll get the stream taken down anyways. We might as well do something funny with it. We have our great Greek friend saying, "I'm getting lost in all this. Please, can you give each faction a 0 to 100 racism rating?"
No, they're both at 100. Sorry. They're both at 100.
Yeah. So, it is safe to say,
standards, like by the standards of the contemporary dissident right, they're both 1,000 out of 100.
So, just very quickly, we can give an overview. The Bourbon Democrats are displaced planters, sort of the elite of the South that you might have seen in the Confederacy. They're the political class that's sort of in the leftover sort of Reconstruction era. Those are your Bourbon Democrats. Mugwumps, dissatisfied, Republicans termed Democrats, I believe would be fair to say there. Angry at corruption scandals and whatnot else. Populists are originally sort of like a third party that comes out of the grain producing areas of the West. Panama Hat and I talked about them quite a lot. You get Democrats out in the mining states closer to the Rockies that kind of pull and tug between populists and the Democrats until they come into a coalition together. And then obviously there are different kinds of Republicans, but they're basically aligned in the fact that they are either the former Union, the core of the Union, or they are corporate businessmen and industrialists. So
right. Yeah, that's a good explanation.
And Mr. Hat, you're sort of like our outsider here. Are you lost on anything?
I wouldn't say lost. I'm taking in a lot of technical information.
Yeah, it's a lot of information. I just did like 2 university lectures, like cracked out in like 10 minutes.
Yes. I see. No, I'm just about following.
Any questions?
I would say so. Could you clarify? So essentially, you've got old school Confederate heritage, kind of very conservative types, and essentially just the more I don't want to say liberal, but you know what I mean. The more moderate.
No, you can say liberal. That's right. Okay. That's like this is actually when you all talk about liberalism, kind of what we're talking about right here is the difference between this. If you want to make a judgment about where classical liberalism ends and like a sort of more ideologized version of liberalism that is more systemic and more functions more like a self-contained ideology. That's kind of what's going on here. So these poorer guys, they are because this era also coincides with the onset of mass culture, mass democracy, and mass messaging. These are people like I said, whenever it was pointed out, well, how do all these people have such a sophisticated fiscal policy? It's because they're being herded by newspaper owners into a unified ideological bloc, which the older Bourbon Democrats and the Mugwumps really aren't. they're kind of classical laissez-faire liberals who are they operate defensively ideologically. They're almost incapable of going on the offense. So that's actually a good heuristic to use.
And just this is a purely kind of question for my own curiosity. Obviously, since we're here to talk about the party switch, and nowadays the Democrat Party is associated almost entirely with the African American vote. Around this time, was there any? Because we remember the Reconstruction era as this time of Negro Republicans and such. Was there any engagement between African Americans and the Democrat Party in either the South or North?
In the Democrat Party, none whatsoever. But they do have, because as the method of whenever the Federals pulled out, the way that the Southern Democrats retook power was essentially by disenfranchising all of the blacks. Okay. But because of the Reconstruction Acts, they didn't have a really good way of going about doing this. They did try initially. They tried what were called the Black Codes, which which just outright disenfranchised blacks, and that did that. Then they're always looking.
They did
for
that,
these,
and it also restricted movement as well. Was the other
right?
thing.
It does, yeah. And they're always looking for ways specifically to restrict the black vote, but they can't really figure out a way to do it without also because of the language of laws. They can't figure out a way to do it without also severely restricting poor whites. And so like they do these things where there's a literacy test. Well, a lot of these poor whites can't read either. They'll do a grandfather clause where if your grandfather could vote, then you could vote. Well, a lot of these guys, their grandfathers weren't registered to vote. Okay, and so what you have is in the South, you have the Democrat Party, which for all intents and purposes functions as the only political apparatus with any legitimacy. And then underneath that, there's a fringe of Republicans. But, these are people that George Orwell would have called sandal wearers and fruit eaters. They're like your crazy homosexual uncle that owns the plantation.
Bourgeois deviants.
Yes. Yes, and they are willing to participate, to cross over and work with colored political leaders. The political name for that is fusionism, and there's a spate of these what are called fusionist parties that spring up not in very systemic way. They spontaneously challenge local Democrat rule. The most famous incident is the Wilmington riots. I want to say I can't remember when it was, but that's the way that this is a contest that doesn't play out politically. It plays out violently.
And that's where you get like a lot of red shirt involvement.
Yeah.
So paramilitaries decide that election. Just to answer something that you might be looking for in that question, right at the outset of Reconstruction, when there was sort of like a confusion, well, what do we do now politically? There was a strategy that was passed around to sort of play on sort of like not nostalgia, but like to have planters sort of be like, I treated you well enough for that entire time, so surely you could vote for me for policy. It lasted all of like 2 years or something. But
Wade Hampton's slaves supported him. But at the end of the Civil War, there's a spate of former Confederates that think that the route forward is to join the Republican Party, and one of them is General James Longstreet, who was Robert E. Lee's. Robert E. Lee referred to him as his right arm, or maybe it was his old war horse. Jackson was one, and Longstreet was the other. But this really ends up working out badly for Longstreet because he finds himself at the head of colored federal troops in the city of New Orleans, marching in battle array against his own former soldiers in what's called the Battle of Liberty Place in 1874. It's a very famous Reconstruction incident. And James Longstreet's reputation never recovers from this. He's buried in an unmarked grave somewhere, and like hardcore Confederate nostalgists still to this day barely acknowledge him.
Right.
So
And that's basically the end of that strategy.
Casualties. Oh my god.
Whoop.
Oh, you're clear.
The audio quality just improved, yeah. And that was that.
Still there? Dang. Okay. We will. We got a half second of very, very clear audio.
Could I take the opportunity to pose another question?
Yeah, go ahead. I will try to field it until our
okay.
Sandman can get back.
So, from Reconstruction to the Civil Rights Act and the violence of the 60s, like, is the African American population of the South just acquiescent, or do they them? Because there must be some form of political engagement, or is there not?
Right. So, the things that I would point to immediately is you would have migration.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll hold on. Let me just tell them to. There we go. Okay. Yeah. So you have migration. There were the now free blacks would oftentimes move northward. Especially this will happen especially in the 20s, which is probably about when Sandbatch is going to start picking up. Here's where the coalitions really start to flip, is sort of like the early part of the 1900s. Mm-hmm. Industrial jobs, railroad jobs, whatnot else, they will start to go across the country. Some will arrive in California, some will arrive in Michigan, New York, Pennsylvania, Ohio, whatnot else. Sandbatch said, lol, phone died at 5%. So that's
Apple battery.
Yeah, I know exactly what that is. So we'll wait for him to rejoin. But yeah, you'd have migration. Some were just happy to go in with the system. Quite famously, you had Booker T. Washington, who advocated kind of working within the system, not because it was just so great, but because that was a better strategic thing to do. You're civilized now. You're not just like slaves with someone else guarding over you. So you have to take care of yourself.
The Booker T. Washington idea is very very progressive and very liberal in its outlook, I would say. And I mean liberal in the classical sense. But I do find it quite a shame that the W.E.B. Du Bois one. Funnily enough, I always pronounced it Dubois, but apparently his ancestry was partly Flemish, not French.
Oh.
So he always insisted it was Du Bois, not Dubois.
Okay, so I didn't actually know that. That's fantastic.
Yeah, I learned that in university. Yes, but because of course he was essentially kind of, I suppose in a kind of Marxist school of thought where you had to do everything through oppression narratives and victimhood and all that kind of stuff.
Vanguards, oppression narratives.
Whereas Booker T. Washington was essentially saying, we need to build our own. It was almost kind of like a parallelism, like work within the system, build our own businesses. We need to have like a black Henry Ford, a black Rockefeller, a black Roosevelt. We need to build industrially and politically something of our own,
right? And
advance. And I think that's a far more reasonable thing long term than the strategy which unfortunately won.
Right, and so for people that don't know, for the blacks, and this answers directly Panama's question, besides just, run away from the South, you have two different ideas that are fighting against each other for, what do we do now? Now that Reconstruction has ended and we're not really on the ascendancy anymore. Booker T. Washington, who advocates basically parallelism. He says we're out of power, but, they aren't seeking like our extermination or something. They just want the political power, and they keep us around. They still employ us and all this other stuff. Some of us, our leaders still meet with them. Not really analogous to today when we're out of power and the ruling class wants us dead. So a different era. So the idea from Booker T. Washington is you need to buy from blacks. Blacks need to work on black farms, be employed by blacks. You need to start going to black churches. We need to start.
Industrialism was a big thing of his as well.
Yep. We need to start having black industry. So we need to build up this wealth that we're going to have because we buy black and we work black, so that this money can be reinvested and we can buy black heavy industry, black oil wells, all this other stuff, and then we'll basically have our own self-sufficient and basically pseudo-independent political structure surrounding ourselves, so that not that we can be left alone, but so that we can have our own power. And then you have, as a contrast to that, W.E.B. Du Bois, as apparently you will usually hear it pronounced Dubois, but that is a very interesting nugget of history there that I can't wait to throw in the face of college types that will get really butthurt over pronouncing a guy's name wrong. So I will. I'm going to use that to great effect here.
Also, it's just on that. It's great fun when you say Du Bois and they go, but surely you mean Dubois, and you go, actually no. I know in literally every other instance of that name it's pronounced Dubois, but not in this case.
So he was more Marxist influenced, and this is 1890 to the 1900s. So we don't really have. So we have Marxism is a thing, but there's no like Russian Revolution of which to draw on for the majority of the time that this for the majority of the time that this argument is taking place. Du Bois and the successors of Booker T. Washington will be battling this out into the 30s and 40s, long after the Soviet Union has existed. But
we should also mention there's a third faction, which is the
back to Africa.
Yeah, the Garveyists under Marcus Garvey, who is an extremely eccentric, bombastic. I believe he's from one of the British colonies in the Caribbean.
Jamaica, wasn't it?
I think so, yes. And he's very popular for a while in the South with African Americans. And his entire thing is just, it's almost like pre Malcolm X black separatism, where he says like move to the Caribbean, move to Africa, like kind of just remove yourselves from
and then so there is like and those are the guys that would be having the Pan-African tricolors flying and all this other stuff.
Yes,
but Du Bois,
they are very big on Ethiopia and Haile Selassie, and it's the roots of the religion now known as Rastafarianism.
Right, and before I add Sandbatch on, we'll just finish up that Du Bois point, because this is happening in the background. I don't necessarily know that it's a big of an issue here, but we dig into tangents here. So Du Bois, Marxist influenced. He believes in a 10% vanguard, the top 10, or talented 10th. So 10% of the blacks just need to be really good, and they will take power. Sort of your Marxist class and power theory, similar to kind of what the distant right is talking about today, where there's a argument about parallelism and sort of going out and striking out on our own versus a vanguard that will just seize power. But with that, Mr. Sandbatch is back with us with the profile picture that we all know and love from Twitter and Telegram. Do we have the audio?
Yeah, I'm on a different. Do we have audio?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Okay, I'm on a different device now. I'm on my computer now. But I leave for 3 minutes, and you all start talking about W.E.B. Dubois. I'm gonna say that. That is the worst. That is the most poisonous shit I have ever heard in my life. I
don't know if you heard, but Panama asked the question. What were the blacks doing at this time? Did they just like sit and take it? Did they leave? Did they?
What are they always doing? Now that actually is but I don't know, depending on what year you want to start. Did you all do the Highlander folk school on?
No, we literally were just going over what does this map on the left tell us, and then we were going to let you take it from there and explain how this switches.
Yeah, okay, so but of course this skips Woodrow Wilson, and it's essentially, so just to grab Woodrow Wilson real quick. Woodrow Wilson becomes the first Democrat president in a long time, largely on the back of Southern support, whenever he runs in 1912 on the promise to fix the cotton market, to raise the price, really to raise the price of to fix the depression in the domestic agricultural market, which he's not very successful in doing that for the first 2 years, but then he comes up with this idea that we'll get involved in a war, and that'll really spike demand.
Well,
and it did.
It's worth. It might be worth saying that sort of state of politics that we were discussing when you were last here is kind of the state of play until the progressives really take root on the national level.
Right. Okay. So this is the progressives have been in charge here for a while now, and this is one of the things that I think the dissident right kind of whips on sometimes, with both whenever they get really nostalgic for the South, and then they also despise the Federal Reserve System or something like that. Because, like it or not, a lot of these, a substantial number of these innovations that people don't like are actually Southern in origin, and these are going to be the Wilsonian era reforms that do a couple of things. One of them is they passed the 17th. It's the 17th Amendment that makes senators elected
Right.
elected by
Direct
popular
election.
representation. There's the 19th Amendment, of course, that allows women to vote. And there's another one in there that the Federal Reserve System banking. Now, the Federal Reserve System banking should be properly construed as an outgrowth of that free silver coinage. You know, those are the same people. William Jennings Bryan is one of the authors of the Federal Reserve Act. So these are the very same people. These are mostly Southern and Midwestern populist populist representatives that are voting for this, and they're pushing this. And Southern Democrat bloc is, front and center when it comes time to author the Federal Reserve Act and then also to implement it. In the case of the 17th Amendment, these are progressive. These are considered to be progressive reforms that are pushed by poorer and middle class Southerners in large measure, because they are not happy with the stranglehold that the old reactionary bourbon Democrats have on the state legislatures that are keeping the Senate hard right, really hard conservative. I hesitate to say right wing, because right and left don't really work here. These people are all liberals. They're all liberals, Donnie.
It might be worth saying here, just because people don't know how the Federal Reserve started. We just know what we have today, where it's nothing at all resembling what it looked like at the beginning. It was sort of not seen as a compromise, but like a third way of solving the fiscal or monetary issue that came out of the early 1896 to 1900. And it was literally just going to be, we will have a central bank that will issue the currency. It won't have oversight by the government. It won't be we won't elect. The people won't elect things here. The president won't be interfering in it. It'll have its independence, quote unquote. And I think it was like it will have a 200% reserve or something like that for everything that it issued. So it was sort of seen as a stabilizing measure that would issue currency to kind of solve the tender issue in the South and the West. It would take in precious metals to satisfy the Western miners. So it was sort of seen as like the catch-all fix. And I'm sure you could correct me if there's anything else there, Sandbatch.
No, that's right. And it's exactly the people who are pushing it. Again, it's this underlying cause for this want to coin silver that forms so much of the basis for, American populism is to solve the problem of essentially a lack of currency in these areas. There's just no money to spend anything on. So people are, extending really bad terms of credit to one another. And this is one of the reasons why the bourbon Democrats are against it, is because they like buying a bag of flour for 60 cents and then loaning it out to their tenants for $1.20. They're just running, the rates they're running up are incredible, but they're actually still not making money because they have similarly bad terms on their land that they've gotten from northeastern or British bankers. But in any case, the main impetus of the Federal Reserve was to solve this problem of having TFW, no currencies. What ends up coming out on the other side of it is it is a compromise. This is kind of one of the problems with the American political system, is that ideas that are almost perfect tend to be mangled even worse than ideas that weren't almost perfect, because everything has to be done by both parties eventually. And so the Republicans got a say in the Federal Reserve Act.
due to committees in the Senate and the House and all this other stuff.
Yeah, right, right,
like
exactly.
it's not like there's a referendum or something like that where the Republican vote just swayed the issue, or there was like a really, there was like a great coalition in Congress that like filibustered the whole thing. Like committees will mutilate a bill.
Yeah, and in this case, Henry Cabot Lodge is the chief orchestrator of the mutilation. And this is where some of the things, of course, you all probably fine with this. This is probably the stuff y'all think is good, but the frankly, the inability of this body to frankly to print money is one of the. It doesn't act like a true central bank. It's a central bank with private really, private guidance and private operation. It's operated for profit, privately, and that's the result of the gold bugs getting their, the bankers getting their say. Bernard Baruch, which I don't even have to tell you about that. But the Bernard Baruch is one of the guys that is very instrumental in, making sure that the nation's economy remains in the hands of, more or less the same people that it was before the Federal Reserve Act. But
so
that's all water under the bridge.
Yeah, I'm not going to counter any of that. I will save that for the end, sort of like as the last topic after we get done shilling, because I do have just one question that I don't really know how you could square from your perspective, but we'll see at the end of this.
Right, yeah, we will. But anyway, this is, this ends up being, and this is in the 1910s, 1920s. This is one of the reasons why whenever people, pull up these graphs about, the popularity of various American wars, one of the ways the South gets pro-war, this is a question you have to kind of ask yourself: how do these people go from being, military enemies of the federal government to, in the space of 2 generations, the most militarized in favor of the U.S. government? One of the ways is because it was entry into World War I that fixed the agricultural market, and so these people, all this for the first time in 2 generations, they have, they're able to sell cotton at profit. And this really solidifies the coalition the voting coalition that's going to empower the Southern Democrats through the frankly awful stuff that they're going to do here in the next 30 or 40 years. And this is one of the things about the Southern Democrats that a lot of times people don't get this, because they're a mixed bag. And really they probably hit their peak in influence between 1910 and 1920. And then from then on out, they're very similar to how we perceive the black vote in the United States today, which is a machine vote that is operating at the peak of its power, but that we can see, demographic changes on the horizon that are going to make them obsolete. And so really in 1917, 1918, like during the Wilson presidency and immediately afterward, the Southern Democrat bloc probably hits its peak effectiveness and its peak performance, as, just in terms of getting legislation passed, having key committee assignments, being able to influence the president. And they really start to lose it in the late 1920s, but the thing they do that kills them is when FDR is elected. Now you can go look at the 1932 election. The South votes 100%. So like pretty much every county goes for FDR. But the Southern Democrat bloc recognizes that it is sort of starting to become demographically irrelevant around this time, and they decide to become a wedge bloc. And one of the things that they do is when FDR is attempting to pass the New Deal, you can have an opinion about the New Deal one way or the other, but the Southern Democrat bloc, as essentially, I think around 35% of the Democrats. Yeah, look at
so
that.
Here's 32.
Oh, man, that's beautiful. But the Southern Democrat bloc is this ethnically unified, culturally unified, historically now unified block of politicians with a clear mandate from their voters. Okay, but on the national scene, you can see California starting. All the United States looks like it does today. we're approaching 48 states now, and they can clearly see the population growth that's starting to occur in the West. They can see the population growth the industrial boom that's taking off in the Midwest. And while World War I helped the cotton farmers, this is still an essentially poor, backwards, leftist terms, is a backwards region. And really, in real terms, it is still a backwards region. A lot of these people can't read still. They're impoverished at a rate that even white people are impoverished at a rate that dwarfs other areas of the country. And they really start to feel the burn to use this political leverage, to achieve things. And one of the things that the Southern Democrats do is they decide to use their position as a large bloc in the Democrat Party to throw their weight around when it comes time to negotiate the New Deal. And one of the things that they did, and this is one of these times, and I have a hard time squaring this circle, so I'm getting a little stuttery, because one of the things that I have a difficult time squaring about the Southern Democrats is that why, whenever they had this opportunity, and the bill that's under debate here is the Agricultural Adjustment Act. This is one of the batteries of the New Deal reforms, and it would have provided increased support in its pure form. It would have given cash support to Southern farmers, and the Southern Democrat bloc chooses, for some reason, to kill this bill in committee in order to get increased leverage on a second version of it. And they use this leverage to negotiate autonomy for themselves in exchange for, plus lower subsidies to Southern farmers in exchange for essentially being able to remain, a politically unified bloc. And the end result of this ends up being that the version of the AAA that passed gives between $50 and $80 of relief to a farmer in the Harama Valley, not in the Harama Valley, in Washington, a farmer in Washington State or a farmer in Southern California. They end up getting between $50 and $80 relief out of a month out of the Agricultural Adjustment Act. And the version of it that passes gives about $15 to $20 to Southern farmers. And the political mechanics of this are interesting, because what we essentially see happening is that the political class of Southerners chooses to hurt their own constituents, including their poor white constituents, in order to maintain their political leverage in Washington as a unified bloc. This is a sort of Faustian bargain that they make. And then they sell this. They sell this to their own constituents with the narrative that we're very familiar with in the year 2022, where, and the claim is that rich white powerful people use the specter of racism to intimidate poor white people into supporting policies that are against their economic interests. That happened here. That is it is 100% certain that happened here. And
right.
From that time on, the political establishment in the South is on its back foot against a lot of forces. And one of the forces that they've opened themselves up to a backlash from is literal communist agitation. And I think you and Radleb covered quite a bit of that on Thursday. But that's
skipping ahead to basically after the New Deal for the vast majority of it.
Well, it's from 1932 up until 1946. That's sort of the state of play here. World War II. This goes on during World War II in the South too. This sort of interplay. But go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
I would just like to show something. Two things here. One thing you can see in the map is this one is now the 1936 election. You start to see that very solid blue in the South become much more anemic.
Yeah.
You have counties in Oklahoma, Louisiana, Texas, Alabama that are all red. Georgia up here in the north. So that didn't come without some sort of consequence. You see,
talk real quick about where that is too. So let's see. So now in Tennessee, what you have is that's Chattanooga. That's the Chattanooga area, or I actually think it's Grundy County. It's Grundy County that's red. I'm talking about over in the planter country.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that one. I think that's Grundy County. In Louisiana, that red one that's Plaquemines County. Plaquemines Parish. In Texas, that's San Antonio.
Right.
So those are and it's hard to say what happened here in some specific cases, but the one in Tennessee, that one is indicative, and that one in Alabama that's north of Birmingham, there it is. That's really where the seed of this switch, of this party switch or whatever. That's where you can start to see it growing right there.
So, and then the thing that's more interesting to me is that this is much less dark blue. So Oklahoma, if you remember from the previous map, Oklahoma has a very strong Dixiecratic presence in the southern half of the state here. It's much lighter now. If you remember your map earlier from Texas, all of these things were dark blue in the north, all these counties. Now they're starting to go lighter. Northern Alabama, sort of around the, I don't know what we would say, the Black Belt, if you will.
That's the Black Belt is further south. So move the cursor down. Now that's the Black Belt right there. Now down there. That red, that's probably Sloss Ironworks.
Right. Okay.
What I would
the industrial era, the industrial area rather. Starting to flip slightly red. Obviously, it's still blue. But there's a trend we're going to start seeing. South Florida didn't really keep that dark blue dominance there. Sort of the southern areas of Northern Carolina starting to go lighter. Arkansas here over here in the Ozarks starting to go much lighter, kind of similar to what Missouri's doing. So that giant dominance is starting to wane now that you kind of have this whether you like it or not, those acts that were being passed were very popular. And whenever you have sort of interference with the Supreme Court, when you have interference in Congress about what was seen by the average person as politicians' trickery, they don't really care about these political coalitions. If you're a farmer that's starving and on a cotton farm or a tobacco farm or out west or in Oklahoma, you don't care what coalitions are. You want help. If you need it at this point in time.
Well, I'll tell you what the really damaging thing is in the political psyche of the Southern Democrats in this instance is that it placed, because again, you can start to see Republicans cropping up, but still, the South is still a one-party state. Okay,
right? Yeah,
they really only still perceive things in terms of the Democrat Party, and
South Carolina still full blue. But just for instance.
But the narrative that starts to creep in here is that President Roosevelt is the good guy, and their local Southern Democrat politician is a scoundrel or a two-timer. So this is, that line in that song, Daddy was a veteran, a Southern Democrat, Mr. Roosevelt's going to save us all. We're moving into, this is the third generation of Southern Democrats now, and this is an interesting one because they are more oriented towards national Democratic politics than previous generations of Southern Democrats are. And this is a theory that's mine and mine alone. I've never seen this written anywhere. And I think this starts to change because these are poor people, but they're not dumb people. Okay. Right. And they do recognize that, they've been hoodwinked by this political class that they've more or less trusted to, have their interests at heart for the previous two generations. So you start to see class divisions growing in the Southern political electorate again for the first time in quite a while. And that's going to change the calculus of what happens from here on out quite a bit. Because from here on out, these Southern Democrat politicians are going to be increasingly reliant on cultural issues and not economic ones to keep their base of power. Because they're on economics, they're starting to cut. Okay, but go ahead. Yeah,
I was just going to say, like, even your sort of economic populists, like, well, your most famous one got shot. right?
Yeah.
So like even like your hardliners are being Charles Coughlin wasn't just talking about cultural issues. He was a Catholic,
No.
obviously, but he was in this sort of coalition.
Where is Coughlin from? Go find him.
I want to
like,
say
just
Illinois, but
just
like,
look at that map and tell me where you think he's from.
I don't know what you're trying to point towards here.
Do you know what part of the country he's from?
Well, he was born like in Canada, wasn't he?
Yeah,
but,
right. Yeah. He's Canadian.
So
yeah,
like up here. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the blue patch. That's him.
But the thing is, though, he was in our vague terms here. He was in coalition with the Southern Economic Populists, like Long, quite famously. Right. So he's not just talking about ethnic interests on his radio show before FDR shuts it down. He's talking a lot about economic redistribution, helping farmers. He's talking about sort of Social Security. What was it called beforehand? The Share Our Wealth programs. Like, he's a big economic populist, and Roosevelt literally just shuts his radio show down.
Yeah.
This is 40.
There's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot going on in the politics of the country here that you can crawl inside this stuff and stay there forever. This is actually why I'm not a 20th century historian, because there are so many blind alleys you can run down in 20th century history. 19th century, because there's fewer sources to consult. It's a little more streamlined, and you can tell I'm the kind of person that I will go worry about Charles Coughlin and forget about the South for a while. But that's
Given that I've read transcripts and I know quite a bit about Coughlin, given that there were far more inflammatory things being said by other parts of society, what specifically about Coughlin got him shut down by the president?
Well, he was a prominent critic of Roosevelt, and he was also inciting civil discontent.
The worst thing you could do when a Roosevelt is in power is say anything bad about a Roosevelt. That's a good way to get shot. I mean, I think people frequently don't realize how dirty how dirty FDR could play. Like, he was who he is.
Right. So, if you think back to that 1932 electoral map, this red sort of rash that now exists here in 1940 was not a thing then. Something's happening. Oklahoma, you have more counties flipping red. Texas, you have more counties flipping red. South Carolina,
that's Mexican. That's Mexican.
Okay, so really, all of this.
Yeah.
I would have thought.
There's almost nobody living there at this point in time. So that's what that is. That's Mexican migrant immigrants that they travel throughout the state in the growing season, but they live in San Antonio.
Okay, because I would have thought these counties here would have been typically the more economically populous types that would be hardest hit by not being delivered upon. But if it's Mexicans, it's Mexicans there.
Yeah, that's I've been thinking about that. I'm like, that's Mexican.
The thing that interests me is if you look at South Carolina, where originally every single county was the darkest shade of blue you could get for this gradient. Starting to go lighter here on the coastline.
And that's like Berkeley County, Dorchester County, and then like in North Carolina, that's Wilmington.
Alabama, you have that same red county right here that you said was due to industrial workings, but now it's the Gulf Coast is starting to flip as well, which is kind of bled into Alabama. But you've got this area over here, which is much lighter in blue than it was in the past two elections. So, this Faustian bargain that you told us about doesn't really seem to be sustainable.
It's and people at the time would not have seen this. They didn't have Microsoft Excel and QGIS.
Right.
They were not that worried about the ramifications of what they were doing. They have not seen what they've done yet. Okay. They don't really start to see it until probably bring up 1944.
I was going to do that. The reason I did these three is because right now we have not entered the war yet. There is a war, but that isn't it's a very little influence on the actual electoral map.
Now, because the 1944 election is one
this is going to get
really
interesting. Because 1944, if I can say this without being accused of overstating it by Sandbatch, Roosevelt is starting to be seen as like really old and not functioning as well.
Yeah, see, one of the things that
hold on.
I don't know about is how much of this is a result of people being just unwilling to vote for the same guy 4 times in a row, or if there is a backlash from the entry into World War II. This is one of the problems that I'm trying to solve right now, and I haven't been able to make it. I haven't been able to make a decision.
So,
but you can really, especially in other parts of the country, and this is one of the things where for the party switch, for the party switch is sort of interesting, because there's a question of whether or not the rest of the country changes the South, or whether or not the South changes the rest of the country. These other areas that are starting to go Republican, that are part of this classic coalition, that the now classic coalition that the South is involved in. I don't know what's going on here. This is the one. So, this is the election that I can't make sense
of. Let's look at this. 1944. You have a lot of war measures happening. Every time that America got involved in the world wars, you would have some sort of domestic system of rationing and price setting and all this other stuff. And I know this for a fact because this is stuff that started to affect my family. These places flipping red here, these farmer country right here in the middle of the U.S., they're not really going unscathed by a lot of the war measures. In fact, they're being quite heavily impoverished, just from some of the policies that are being implemented. This is also the parts of the country that are most sensitive to, say, corruption scandals. Try telling an old farmer in this part of the country that, oh, by the way, your president is a philandering, corrupt Yankee. Not going to go over well. They don't really support that kind of stuff. I would say the only reason they were in on the coalition to begin with was because of that populist sentiment. They need some sort of relief to come from a larger power. And, obviously you get some of that, but most of the relief, if I remember correctly, is focused on this area over here and this area over here. And you can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't remember reading back through family history or state histories over in this area of the New Deal really helping these guys. Obviously, there were some effects and ripple effects and whatnot, but just from the people that I remember reading at this point in time, including people in my family, they didn't really seem well cared for. But perhaps, Sandbatch, there's a hole in that discussion there.
No. I mean, you're exactly right, and this is this is the thing, because we're talking about the party switch and the Southern Democrats. The thing that fascinates me is that I have always been under the impression that the general idea has been that the Southern Democrats switching parties is what created the modern conservative alignment. Okay, and this is why the Victor Davis Hansons of the world, who are old as sin, and they were around when this happened, and they were he's really sort of an old school classical Republican, and he hates the South. Because he thinks that the South and evangelical conservatives and all of these people are what ruined the ruined the conservative movement and turned it into this anti-intellectual, whatever that it is now. There's a lot of cultural resentment going on there, and one of the things that doesn't map for me is that this transition is starting to occur, and in these places, man, this transition is permanent. They're going to stay this way from here on out. So this transition is already occurring, and so the South is not cracking yet.
I would say
you start to see the policy fissures that are going to cause the South to crack. But all of this really starts to undermine the thesis that there was this was some Machiavellian scheme. There are substantial underlying structural reasons why this change is occurring too, and this is one of the things that I'm trying to point out here. But yeah, back to you.
Right. And before you, Panama, I was just going to say, I would say by this point in time, 1944, the change isn't yet decided. What I would say is what decides this whole area turning red is going to be nominating Eisenhower in the 50s. But maybe I'm wrong there. But farm boy from Kansas that was a really good World War II general being faced with the Republican Party, despite the fact that I think he's an absolute snake. He's going to make sure that like this whole area will stay red. I would make the claim that it's not guaranteed yet, just because there's still great populist sentiment that could have been capitalized on. But Panama, what were you going to say, sir?
The thing is, you're both in the process of answering this question, and you basically are answering it. So this seems like a slightly stupid thing to ask, but I do want to just clear it completely. So this whole thing around the party switch, right? There are places in the UK, there are towns in the UK, there are whole groups of people that will vote Tory or vote Labour, or in some cases even Liberal, like, you know, until hell freezes over. It doesn't matter what the actual policy of the party is. There are places in the UK that will vote Labour religiously. Like, it doesn't matter what policy, they will do it because, oh, we've always voted Labour. You know, me grandfather voted Labour. You know, this kind of thing. Now, I imagine that in the US, you also have that sentiment in a lot of places, right? Like you must have families in the South that were, you know, their ancestors fought for the Confederates. They supported segregation. They have fond memories of like a particular president that they put the vote in for. I mean, the idea of two parties in a relatively short space of time, basically just switching, and like the entire, like, what is, like, I mean, you know, you look at this map compared to what the colors would look like, you know, by the 80s, say. It's kind of a mind-boggling thing to consider. Like, I don't.
Oh, let me go get 1980. I think I have 1980.
Wait, I was actually just going to say, if we keep going, when we hit the 60s, that's when things are going to start going a bit haywire, or 48, one or the other.
Well, essentially, what I'm asking you is, what causes that, like, staunch Democrat, staunch Republican to all of a sudden in one election just go, actually, we're going to vote for the other side now, even though for the last 60 years, me and my family have all voted for this party or whatever?
So, Sandbatch, I'll let you handle that, because I think you're much more involved on that side than I am.
Usually what happens, I think, is there's a lag of 3 or 4 election cycles. And so there will be, if it's going to happen, 2 things have to line up. First, there has to be an underlying structural reason for this change to happen. So you need some kind of real switch. And then really what happens is you need a wave of retirements from Congress. So like some famous old Democrat retires, and there's not obviously a successor that's chosen. Then all of a sudden you have a real election, but you have a real election for the next 2 or 3 times. So the way this works is in the House of Representatives in particular, incumbents win something like 80% of elections, but your strength as an incumbent increases drastically the longer you've been there. So you're vulnerable for your first 2 or 3 times. So you need somebody that has been there for a while to retire, and then you need there to be, you know, 2 people running that can't run on their reputation. And so the policies that the party, that structural reason needs some excuse to come to the surface. I don't think people vote very much based on structural underlying reasons, but I think, you know, in their normal state. But I think if they're given an election whenever the personal reputation of a politician isn't at stake, then those things come to the surface a bit more. I still haven't found the election where if there is an election in the South where this happens, it is well into my lifetime, and it's probably into yours as well, Turnip.
Yeah,
maybe George W. Bush might be the one.
I remember when I was in grade school, for like, not like following, right? Because that comes when I'm in like 8th grade, 7th grade. But like when I'm first aware that politics exist, like that's in elementary school, because that's during the presidential elections. 2008, I would have been 5 years old. So I, they have to explain here, class, is what the president is and all this other stuff. I remember when I got to about 5th grade or so, 2012, that election, Romney versus Obama, I looked in our history book and I was like, oh, here's all of the different governors of Oklahoma by party. and it's like Democrat, 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 and then you get to like the last two, and they're Republicans by this point in time.
Right.
Mary Fallon, the
Louisiana.
woman.
Louisiana currently has a Democrat governor, and it is the most. I think it's probably the most or second most conservative state by voting populace in the country, and it's got a Democrat governor. Like what? Like
Isn't it like right behind Mississippi?
Yeah. So like to Panama Hat's question, unfortunately, there's not going to be an aha moment here. There is and that's what that's what I was looking for, and I was astonished to discover there really is not a moment where. Now it happens in presidential politics, and that's going to be I think it's 1976 or 1980. But in terms of the House of Representatives, which I think is a much better way to track, a population's voting patterns, it actually doesn't happen.
Okay.
What you see is Republicans slowly it happens incrementally, and then it'll ebb. Okay, so what happens is when you get to the 1970s, the Republicans make some gains in that Nixon landslide election, then they make some gains again in 1976, and then they lose them, and then they make them again, and then they lose them again. And
but I mean, as you hinted at, it's not just the voters, but I mean, obviously the politicians themselves. Like you have a lot of the segregationists like Thurmond and I think Wallace as well. They both move over to the Republican Party in kind of fell swoops, don't they?
Now there's an important thing about that wave of defections versus the wave of defections coming. In fact, let's go ahead and skip ahead to the end because that is something that really needs to be that's kind of the meat here. 1948 is the establishment of the Dixiecrat Party. Okay.
Yeah, and I was about to just show that map real quick.
Yeah.
So this is the next election coming off of that last one. That Democratic bloc is kind of looking not like a bloc anymore. You have Republicans out here. You have Dixiecrats here in the orange, and you have Republicans up here, and you just have the Democrats get whatever's left over.
If you want the moment, if you want that earth-shattering moment, this is as close to it as you're going to get, because that's like half the ship just got blown off. Like what happened here? And the Southern Democrat coalition never recovers from this. Okay, and what causes it? There are a lot of questions and a lot of different answers about what causes this to happen.
It's still too soon to say.
Real quick before we go into starting to answer that, regarding the counties in Texas, one of our loyal viewers and good friends, Joshua Ham, is saying he's from those counties, and they were sharecroppers and near Texas A&M, which is land grant.
Cherokee County.
Right. So agriculture and military college. Those Texas counties in the right area and the yellow county it's sharecropping.
And that's a previous yellow county. That's not a yellow county on this map. That was a county that was
that was the other one that people were asking about. It was down here, and it was a yellow county.
That's not Cherokee County. Cherokee County is like that light blue one, I think. I'm pointing at my screen, but you can't see.
The yellow county was down here.
Yeah.
So,
but anyway, yeah. So this, and really the thing about the Dixiecrat Party is that economically it's still aligned with the mainstream of the. Can y'all hear the crows back there? But
it's fine.
Yeah, they're running on almost entirely on cultural issues now. So there's no way to slice this around. The Dixiecrat Party was a party that was founded and run entirely based on racial resentment, because that's essentially their only issue is white supremacy. And there's a second thing, I shouldn't have said it that way, but there's another thing that happens here, which is though Senator Byrd in Virginia in the 1950s, they have it was called it was the something convention. You would think I would have this memorized. Maybe the Montgomery convention,
Which convention?
Or something like that. They sign a manifesto that comes down to us as the Manifesto of Massive Resistance. So this is the response to the Brown versus the Board of Education.
So not the Oklahoma City convention for the Dixiecrats.
Yeah, that might be it.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I think that
I
might
went
be it.
over the Dixiecratic Party platform on the other stream.
Right.
This one and then the American Independent Party, and
But did you
it
come
was
to this?
referencing Roe v. Wade,
Did you
not
come to this
Brown
conclusion?
v. Board.
The Dixiecrat Party's manifesto is functionally indistinct from the Democrats, except for on their explicit endorsement of racial segregation as
Right.
as a main issue.
There's
So
a civil rights
essentially-
break, and then there's the economic populism is still there.
Right. Well, sort of what's going on is that in the rest of the Democratic Party nationally, segregation is starting to become something of an embarrassment for them. And I talked about this with you and Radlib the other night, that on the global stage, the enemy is now the Soviet Union. And the Soviet Union is making quite a bit of hay about the racial situation in the southern United States. And they're running propaganda in Europe and in places like this that accuse us of not living up to our own democratic ideals, which we don't really care about. But for appearance's sake, we definitely do. And so the Democrat Party at this point now, during Truman's administration, the Democrat Party does change positions nationally on civil rights. They don't really change their position nationally, but they get way more interested in civil rights.
And I read that out, and whenever I was going over the platforms, this is both the Democratic and the Republican Party by 1948 was hamming up. We have made these advances in the field of civil rights by
exactly.
X, Y, and Z.
Now that stuff never gets treated in the context of the international situation for some reason, but that's international geopolitics that are driving that. That's the Cold War cultural propaganda war against the Soviet Union. That's driving that change in messaging, for an international audience. And domestically, it creates a huge backlash, especially in the parts of the South that are now look at the shadings on that map. Now show me where you think the black belt is in Alabama.
Yeah.
You can see it now, can't you? Now, the thing to remember is that these voters, you're at the north, there it is. But the black voters are still mostly disenfranchised. So this is only white vote. This is representation only of white voters. So the areas that are more starkly Dixiecrat are the areas paradoxically that are blacker, because those are poor white people that are living next to poor black people. And
which is also why over here in South Carolina, it's the inland that is more starkly Dixiecrat and not the coastline.
Right, exactly. And so those are people who there's nothing functionally to distinguish them from blacks except for their status in the culture a little bit higher. Okay, and so that's your main Dixiecrat voter. I don't really have an opinion on the morality of this or the functional effectiveness of this, but it does functionally blast a hole in the Southern Democrat coalition. And frankly, if I'm looking for a reason to blame someone, this is because the Southern Democrats here they've abandoned economic. They've started to abandon economic populism, which is going to prime them for their switch over into the Republican Party. But
you've still got people like Wallace who will play up the economic populism.
George Wallace is a character that I was going to try not to talk about very much because he's so outside the norm of what's going on. Now he's
not representative would be a good disclaimer whenever we talk about him.
If you're looking for a great man, if you're if you ascribe yourself to the great man theory of history, and you're looking for a great man who single-handedly moves against the grain of history, he's your guy. And one of the reasons he's able to do this is because he has two mentors growing up. One of them is Chauncey Sparks, who is a Bourbon Democrat governor of Alabama, and the other one is Big Jim Folsom, who's a populist governor of Alabama. He is singularly a figure who is able to navigate between these two factions of Southern Democrats and unite them. Everywhere else in the South after 1948, you see these candidates hedging their bets one way or the other. They're either
Right.
Democratic Republicans or they're cultural Republicans. It's one, you know, I mean, they're either economic Democrats or they're cultural Democrats, and they don't really find a way to bridge the gap that is opened by the existence of this Dixiecrat party and then this declaration of massive resistance against integration and Brown versus the Board of Education.
Right. And that's why if you look at Dixiecrats, especially as you move westward, they don't really share that leftover economic populism. Like I'm thinking, was it the governor in Alabama or in Arkansas?
Which one?
Faubus.
Oh, yeah.
You know, not really the economic populist that you would see, decades beforehand.
Yeah. Not at all. And one of another thing that's important here is in Texas. You notice Texas is still dark blue. There's somebody in Texas now who's already in the House of Representatives that is going to become very, very important to this story.
Does he have a very English last name?
Yeah, it's Lyndon Johnson.
Yeah.
And Lyndon Johnson is at the head of, frankly, a mafia of Texas members of the House of Representatives. And when we get to the 1960s, okay, so what sort of happens is that the Democrats come to this conclusion nationally, and Lyndon Johnson is, I hesitate to make any claim about Lyndon Johnson's actual positions on anything because I don't think he had any positions on anything.
He's like the NPC with like the different colored masks. That's like my position is whatever I control with today.
Have you ever heard? Yeah, have you ever heard the recording of him sitting in the White House office talking to his tailor about about his inseams? Okay, like listen to that man. Listen to that man and tell me he has an ideology. Okay, you know.
I need extra material around my bunghole. Yeah, the Lyndon Johnson talking about his pants inseam. Yeah.
Like tell me that man has a thought out political program, and you know, like I just can't see it.
And
but
it's worth saying as well, the Texas Dixiecrats, if you want to call them that. I know people that don't lump them together. You get sort of a split between the more conservative Democrats with John Nance Garner and then FDR. Texas obviously is going to side with their own Garner, who tended to be much more economically reserved or conservative.
He's a Coolidge Republican,
right?
Is the best way to do it. He's just a Calvin Coolidge Republican,
but for some reason still in the Democratic Party.
Yeah, well, because you have to be, because there's functionally, this is the thing that you have to remember. There is no mechanism for Republican politics in the vast majority of these areas. Like none whatsoever. Now, by 1948, it's starting to get there. Like just because of modern communications modernization. Like in 1936, it was possible to live in Washington D.C. and be a regulator in Washington D.C. and have functionally no knowledge of anything that happens in the state of Louisiana. Mm-hmm. But as you know, by the end of World War II, there's we got television and we got national news now to one extent or another. And the fact that, an entire swathe of this country is essentially a banana republic with no Republican organization whatsoever starts to be obvious. And, like people are starting to grab some low hanging fruit. So there are Republican Party offices in Baton Rouge now, where before there just wasn't one. It just didn't exist, Yeah.
But what about the Republicans? The Republicans? Yeah. So, what we're seeing here, especially on this map, and I'm going to make a claim here, and you can blast me if it's wrong. You have the Dixiecrats as an option to this southern bloc here, and I'm going to say that the ones that stayed blue here are the places more focused more on the sort of economic side with that more traditional, I say traditional, the older democratic philosophy about economics, or the populist side, not at all concerned really about the the cultural side, much like you said. So this is really going to show you how your coalition's doing.
Well, no, they are concerned about the cultural stuff. These are like to say that to think that all of these people in these blue areas have suddenly become shitlibs is not the case.
No, what I meant was like, of course, Oklahoma and Texas are still going to like segregate or something like that, but that's not the driving issue.
Yeah, they are more concerned of their, and then also the Cold War becomes an issue, and then like Ham said, there's a support the troops aspect to it that the Democrat Party still retains here. That that one.
Right.
Republicans.
And for those listening, Joshua Ham, our good friend, he says military service is the biggest thing in my opinion. Republicans became seen as the party of military strength, and the South has a long history of being the military honor culture of modern America. So
this isn't quite the case yet, okay? But it's going to become that way. It's going to become that way rapidly. The Democrats are really riding FDR's "we just won World War II" vapor trail here. There's a lot of residual popularity of the Democrat Party because winning the largest war in the history of the world will give you some credit for two or three voting cycles.
Right.
But in general, supporting Cold War policy, supporting the national government, supporting these national economic New Deal programs that have at this point in time they've proven very effective, and they've brought sort of unprecedented economic wealth, especially to the southern region, which had been wildly impoverished until a lot of World War II era spending, like the Higgins boats that we used to attack World War II, attack Normandy in World War II. Those were made in New Orleans. The coastal shipyards, the steel fabrication plants. There was a lot of, Democrat Party directed investment in southern states.
Right.
That is propping up some of their popularity. But the states that are, and ironically, the ones that are more reactionary tend to be, this is an instance where the reactionary ones are looking into the future, and they do properly ascertain exactly what the future looks like, and they choose to make a stand against it. And they fail, they take their shot and they kind of miss. But
right.
And this is another one of my questions that I try to answer is that there are two valences here. So there's, on one hand, there is this question of whether or not the Democrats start to lose this general consensus that we've spent some time talking about, or if Lyndon Johnson did this. Lyndon Johnson did this all by himself is the other, the other question. So is Lyndon Johnson the only reason that the Democrats are retaining popularity in the South, or in Texas, or is there still some residual, like actual like baseline support? And it's kind of hard to say sometimes.
Well,
but
my great grandparents were Texan Southern Democrats, and I remember my great grandfather telling me that before he died. And there was just, from what it sounds like, and they would have been, I'm going to be very general, they were from this northern area that was very deeply blue here. Discount Oklahoma because I can only draw squares, but they were from this part of Texas. Sounds like people just really like the Democratic Party, and that will make more sense why I'm saying that when we get to the 60 election map.
Right. Well, you can pull that one up now because.
Well, I was actually just to sort of illustrate this trend. I was the last thing, and then we'll stop going completely in order. Was 52 because, this is what's left of your, So
yeah, now that's bad. Yeah, this one is bad. Yeah. So this is a presidential election. Again, you're using presidential
South Carolina. I'm using.
I've been using House of Representatives elections, and it's fascinating how they don't map all that well sometimes. But go ahead.
Right, because if I remember correctly, you would have a very large Democratic coalition in the House and the Senate for all of these elections, regardless of which party is winning the presidency. But this is interesting because throughout this time period, basically, with your presidential candidates, you are basically asking, what do you want the most? Do you want the Republican Party, which is going to be, generally pro-civil rights, sort of like a northern sectional interest, but that's dying out now. It's sort of flipping to the hawkish party, if you will. Do you want the Democratic Party, which is reformed itself into, and they've actually done this great civil rights stuff instead of the Republicans that just talk about it in their platform, desegregating the military, talking about, I believe the 48 Democratic Convention talked about employment opportunities that have been offered or something like that were desegregated. So do you want that? Or in the case of 48, do you want to focus on your segregation as the main thing, with sort of the economic populism falling by the wayside that you can find in this pro-civil rights Democratic Party now? You are literally just putting the issues up to ballot, basically, because I don't really recall many people saying, oh, I just really voted for Harry Truman because he was such a charismatic and wonderful personality.
But you see, here's some, and I haven't looked at this map. This is fascinating. All right, now take your cursor.
South Carolina's got red here.
Yeah. Okay. South Carolina. Now, here's an interesting thing. I know very well the man who was the youngest Republican elected to the South Carolina legislature since the Civil War,
right?
And he was 4 years old at the time. At the time of this election. So like that's sort of fascinating. What really is that was okay, because this is one of the this red that you're talking about over here in South Carolina, that is one of the classical plantation clusters. Okay.
Right.
There's another one over here. If you take your cursor and you trace, I don't know if you know where Baton Rouge is, but if you
right over here, isn't it?
Yeah, no. But you're like it's the red parish. The red parish. Okay, now trace now all the way up through the Mississippi Delta, trace that red. That is, that's...
Sorry, my Louisiana geography is non-existent.
You're right, exactly. That is probably the most deeply conservative area of America. Like, just most, like, in especially in terms of white voters, that is the most deeply conservative region of America. And in 1952, these people were voting Republican. What? Okay, like what? Why is this happening? Of course, Eisenhower's coattails probably had quite a bit to do with that. This speaks to the importance that the Cold War is starting to take in the minds of even Southern voters. And electoral fortunes will start to swing back and forth depending on which party is in power nationally and which ones are fighting the Cold War better. I can't come up with any other reason for that. I can't come up with any other reason for that to happen. Like that actually flabbergasts me. I'm gonna spend all day trying to figure out why this happens now.
I'm really interested. Obviously, South Carolina caught my eye. But then you have, this is starting to crack as well, which is really interesting to me. This will make sense.
I don't even know who lives out there. That's like West Texas. Those are like the Apache changed sides.
Well, I'm more mean like this area, like here.
Okay, the Eastern Texas. Yeah.
Like obviously, as you get closer to this area, the culture starts to kind of blend. I remember in my high school, I knew someone from basically like this side of Tennessee or this side of Louisiana, whose family then crossed the border to this side of Texas, and I was told that the culture was basically the same. When you get out to this area in the West, the culture starts to look very similar to what you would find here in Oklahoma.
You can see exactly where Texas stopped being a deep culturally associated with the Deep South. It's those eastern counties. Pretty much Dallas is about as far west as it goes. And, East Texas is decidedly southern. It gets a little bit more questionable in other parts of Texas.
Right. And then, something else that's that definitely doesn't get talked about in Oklahoma is that Little Dixie is going to stay a Democratic bloc for a long time right here in this southern corner.
Yeah, of course it is. And I wonder why.
Well, yeah, the reason is obvious, but no one ever mentions that. Like, we have representatives from there that stay Democratic into like the 90s. We have like the House is very Democratic. The state House, rather, is Democratic because of this region. But it just does not get talked about. We always talk about how we're a very conservative, deep red state.
Now, the important thing that happens is, of course, and this is the thing, and this has been in my head for weeks now, how important the death of JFK is. Because,
Right.
but really, the death of JFK and the passage of the 5 Civil Rights Acts, okay? Because, we think of the Civil Rights Act, people want to say the Civil Rights Act, but there were 5 of them, okay? And
yeah, let me pull up 60 real quick, and we'll start that chain of thought. So,
okay.
By 1952, we've seen sort of the collapse of that coalition that gets built in the 1890s. If I could be so broad with my
but it's gonna rebuild itself somewhat here,
right? But it won't be the same continuous thing, right?
Exactly.
You have to restart it basically. So we're into something really new here.
This is where, and I don't have data for the seniority in Congress before the 93rd, but this is the one where I would be really interested in starts, because my theory is that you're going to start to see a lot of churn in these southern Democratic districts, especially in the House of Representatives, where people who, instead of having a solid block of congressmen that have been there for 10, 12, 14 terms, you start to see a lot of 1 and 2 and outs, and 2 and outs and 2 and outs and 2 and outs, and those are generally considered weak districts. For politically weak districts, whenever you can't keep, sort of paradoxical, when you can't keep the same representative for several. Because if you can't keep the same guy in the same seat, he can't go get pork and bring it back home to his district as well, because
right.
committee assignments aren't as good. And so you start to, but the 2 places you don't see this churn are in Texas and in Atlanta. And the reason those districts remain so Democratic is because they have very powerful members of Congress who were essentially Lyndon Johnson's mafia that he used to strong arm Southern Democrats into going along with some of the Southern congressmen that voted for any of the Civil Rights Acts. They're almost all in Texas and Georgia. All 4 of them that voted for all 5 of the Civil Rights Acts are from Texas. So
right
after during the 1960s here, what we see is that Johnson famously makes this proclamation that he's just lost the Democratic Party for the South for however many generations it is. He's kind of telling the truth, but really what happens is all of these Southern Democrats in the center, especially in those Dixiecrat states that didn't vote for any of the Civil Rights Acts whatsoever, they become pariahs within their own party. They lose their committee. You remember what happened to Steve King a few years ago?
No, because a few years ago,
man, you're really
looking. Yeah. Sorry.
Steve King was a flatly white nationalist member of the House of Representatives that whenever he was after.
Hold on. Which state was he from?
I think it was like Kansas. This is like 5 years ago, man. Like
well, 5 years ago, I was just getting into high school. I was 14 or 15, depending on when in the year. So
right. Steve King, after Trump was elected, he kind of went mask off as like kind of our guy type figure, and he was emasculated by the Republican Party, stripped of his committee assignments or whatever, and he got voted out he lasted one more election and then he got voted out. Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene. They're doing it to Marjorie Taylor Greene right now. Exactly. So, but this was done on a massive scale to the Southern Democrats that were left in these areas that voted Dixiecrat, and their inability to remain in their committees and in their seats, frankly, for more than two or three terms, makes them vulnerable to poaching. and opportunistic This is really where opportunistic Republicans are going to start poaching House of Representatives districts. But you don't see it happening in Texas, and you don't see it happening in northern Georgia, and you don't see it happening in the extreme portions of southern Louisiana. And what's essentially happened is these people have the personal guarantee of Lyndon Johnson as long as he's in office, and so they last. Some of them last all the way into the 1970s, where the first of my maps picks up. And so that's why on that first map that you can see, that first map that I produced, you can still see there's a lot of old Southern Democrats in power. They're all in Texas and Atlanta. Something has happened everywhere else in the preceding decade that has drastically weakened the regulatory and the regulatory power of this bloc, and has drastically weakened its ability to leverage the South regionally at the national legislative level. So the incentives for continuing to vote for them have started to break down as well.
Right, and it should be worth noting, red obviously is Richard Nixon, Vice President of Eisenhower. Blue is John F. Kennedy and Lyndon Baines Johnson. Yellow is Byrd, the aforementioned gentleman from Virginia.
From Virginia.
And someone sent me a screenshot of Alabama here, and he said someone just made this shit up because, if I remember correctly, I think Byrd was the only one on the Democratic ballot, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So that's why those counties are split yellow and blues, because they voted Democrat, but it was for Byrd, not for JFK and Johnson.
Right.
So, obviously, blue is the clear winner of this election with the full Democratic mandate. I don't know if you could tell, but so something interesting to me, the Dixiecrats just completely lose South Carolina with Byrd and his sort of run here. They're starting to lose hold of parts of Mississippi, especially right here in the north, where they are flipping for the more progressive populist Democratic wing.
That's the poorest part of Mississippi.
Right. And, of course, their hold on Louisiana is starting to break here. Obviously, this is being split three ways, so don't take this with, some sort of, North Louisiana was tilting red. It was.
It was. That's where he belongs from. That's where... Oh. That's the traditionally fusionist sort of part of the state.
Right, but when I say tilting red, I don't mean they're taking 50% of the vote here. They're wasn't it closer to the 40s and 30s%?
That's a lot more than 0%.
Well, yeah, right. But what I'm saying here is that you're seeing red here. It's a trend, but it's not like I don't think they keep this, do they? It's my understanding that as this goes on, it's going to go back to blue, isn't it?
Yeah. See, again, I've been looking at House of Representatives districts, and so the House of Representatives didn't change there on those in HOR elections, these people are still voting Democrat. Yeah, the main situation that we're dealing with in the 1970s, though, so Lyndon Johnson's dead.
Yeah, here let me
he died in 1973 or 4, I think.
And then we're not going to dwell on this one, but we're going to see something really strange. I need to show this one, Sandbatch, just because it's going to be... We've been going through this almost chronologically. We skipped a couple things. We hit a real anomaly right in here, if you remember who ran.
I have no idea.
So this is 64. This is Lyndon Baines Johnson versus Barry Goldwater.
Yeah.
The South...
Oh, okay. This is gold. Yeah, this is.
Yeah, South goes kind of red. Obviously, for that reason of Goldwater.
Well, this is the first time. This is the Barry Goldwater election. This is what is this? This is the foundation of the conservative movement.
Right.
Yeah. This is the election that Thurmond goes over to the Republicans, I believe, to explicitly to support Goldwater.
Right.
Because and if you remember Thurman's famous filibuster, Goldwater was the only person to actually sort of help him. Mm-hmm. He would ask questions, give him time to pee in a bucket over in the other side of the room.
Well, now they've shout back through the door.
they've gone hard. These are the same areas that voted Dixiecrats.
Right.
are these areas that have made this shift. So I mean, this is
Like, look at Mississippi, hard blue to hard red in this one election.
Right.
Quite scary.
The reason I say, and this is the reason I look at the House of Representatives instead of presidential elections, because
not representative.
Because this is the election where people generally will make the claim that you go back to that Dixiecrat map, and what you see is this group of people that run on cultural issues rather than a full battery of. And I think this is a mythology that the Republican Party has built a lot of its electoral strategy on, and this shit remains with us to this day. This idea that going hard on cultural issues is the way to win, is the way for the GOP to win elections. And this is the instance where it worked for them. But
so, this is the House map.
Yeah, but here's this question also. Did it work for them because they were going hard on cultural issues, or did it work for them because Strom Thurmond told them to vote that way?
Right. So, I would lean towards the latter one, just because I think
maybe. These are the questions that I'm really trying to, and unfortunately don't have a great answer for them because I haven't found the answer yet. But the way that I tend to look at this is that this, the way I'm currently looking at this is that this sort of shift to cultural issues at the presidential level, more than at the House of Representatives level. This is the kernel for the narrative of the party shift. That what they've done here is they've abandoned economic populism. So the Republicans who've become some of the first people to have totally abandoned economic populism, and they're running entirely on a set of cultural issues that is aimed at essentially racist. This is so modern conservatism is based on racism, and this is the map that proves it. That's the story that both sides of the political spectrum kind of currently believe. And I'm frankly less convinced of it because of the House of Representatives data. And
if it was just this pure sort of one issue flip, it doesn't explain this like old coalition founded in 1896 lasting until like what was it, the 90s?
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
And we will get to that map soon. We're almost worked our way up to where your maps begin.
Yeah, to where mine start. But the only thing that I can really say about this is that it does work at some level to go race bait. Because this is kind of what the Republicans are doing here, but they needed some help, which is like help from the Democrat Party also abandoning any kind of populist, any kind of populist veneer, which they do in 1975.
Right.
And there's a great, like I said, there's a great Atlantic article about that. The Watergate bait, it's called "How the Democrats Lost Their Populist Soul." Okay. And so the Democrats functionally aid the Republicans in making an entire party system, because my party system spiel. That if we're going to talk,
some of our audience might not. So if you could simplify that very briefly and
this is the idea that there are probably 7 different party systems that make up American politics from founding to the present, and that they're in each of the party systems. There's 2 parties that are aligned basically more or less along a set of wedge issues that they vote 100% in favor of, and there's relatively little contested ground in the middle that can actually be legislated because of the huge vote banks that exist for these hard cultural issues. So for the 7th party system is the one we're talking about. The hard wedge issues are going to be issues of race in American politics, guns, and abortion. And race is the first one that really rears its head. And this is the election. This is the election where race goes from being this kind of embarrassing story to being a national, sort of mythology. And that's so you're seeing the birth of the seventh party system in this in this election here. But I don't think it really fully takes over until the Watergate, so the Republicans are trying to form their alignment that they're going to be in for the next 60 years or so, or 50 years up to present. The Democrats have not taken the position that they're going to take yet, and so there's
Right.
there's some flux. There's some flux here, especially in the presidential election. See way less elasticity in the House of Representatives elections, which fascinates me as well, and I'm not really sure why that is. But yeah,
Right.
go ahead.
And
You look like you want to talk.
Yeah, I have 68 pulled up here. And this is where things get interesting, because we talked earlier about how the Dixiecrats stopped viewing themselves as like a dominant political force in the 30s to like a wedge. Like they're going to play coalition politics and try to influence sides. Well, now they're doing that on like the presidential scale. Wallace's, who is in orange, his whole presidential strategy for this election as the most successful Dixiecratic candidate, which we discussed why earlier, his whole strategy was to get Tennessee and I think Virginia or North Carolina to flip. Tennessee and North Carolina. If he could have just flipped those, this election would have gone to the House. And he was only off by like I think 2% of the vote. And then when you get to the House, for what Mr. Sandbatch just mentioned, the Dixiecrats still had a lot of power there, and they could influence because the House will basically decide the election from there. If the no candidate gets the majority of electoral votes in a presidential election, Wallace and the Dixiecratic coalition could basically force Nixon to adopt a more hardline stance on racial and economic populistic issues. And I went over the party platform for Wallace's campaign run here in the last Dixiecrat stream on this channel. Race is only really mentioned, I believe, in one platform tenet. The rest is law and order and economic populism stuff that you would see from like a conservative candidate from the modern era. Quite astonishingly, if you think Wallace is like the evil segregationist, he had basically an entire platform that he could have handcrafted in one of the most contentious elections in the U.S. history, and race is only really like one tenet there. But that's the strategy, and that's why you see this.
Sorry.
No, go on.
Can you pull it?
Oh,
go ahead. Sorry.
Do I understand it that Wallace was also weirdly popular among the blacks in his state as well?
That comes later. That comes later.
Okay. It comes later, and it happens right at the beginning as well.
Yeah, at the beginning of his career, his first election, he runs for governor, I think in 1948 or 1952.
Right.
He actually he's the racial progressive of the two candidates in this election, and he gets burned badly for it. And that's as a result of his tutelage under Big Jim Folsom, who was one of these frankly bank baiting economic populists who probably destroyed his credibility with his own state whenever, I think it was like Ralph Ellison, or maybe it was W.E.B. Du Bois. Maybe it was him. He has one of these popular black civil rights figures to supper at the state house in Alabama, and he was gone.
Awesome.
He was gone after that. But that was one of George Wallace's early mentors, and his natural disposition was in that direction. But he learned from his defeat that if you're going to run for election in the Democrat Party in Alabama, you can't cuck on race. And that's whenever he becomes the hardline segregator. This is the thing about Wallace that a lot of people are always going back and forth on, is how he really felt about it. When is he being cynical? Is he being cynical whenever he's being the staunch segregationist, or is he being cynical whenever he's pandering to blacks? In the middle part of his career, which is the part for which he's most famous, is whenever he's running for president prior to being shot. This is when he's doing the hardcore segregation bit. So there is no popularity with the blacks at this point in his career. After he gets shot in 1972, he has this kind of like come to Jesus thing.
He claims himself a born again evangelical, is what he does.
Yeah. That's when he starts backtracking on the racial stuff.
Right. And so some of those cultural trends that we were discussing in the earlier maps, you can get a lot of demography out of these things, which is why I'm using them, hopefully, because we're not just talking electoral politics. You can see here, we were talking about East Texas being culturally Southern. You can see that with the Wallace vote here. Little Dixie is the only place in Oklahoma that has Wallace voting counties. If I remember correctly, you see a lot of these places up here in the Midwest that are going very pale red instead of solid red from the other elections. That's not because they're voting blue here in these states. That's because Wallace was very popular among the Unionists. He ran
We're like 3 hours. Are we trying to make academic agent look like a slouch? Is that what we're doing?
Panama Hat and I've had a 4-hour stream before, I think. Yeah. So, but if we need to hurry up, we can.
Oh no, I'm not in any hurry.
Neither am I.
So, Florida down here, you can see it's going pale red as well. Also, not because of the Democrats, funnily enough. And then over here, closer to West Texas, you can see some of these counties do flip Wallace.
There's nobody living there, though. That's one of the things.
Right, that's true.
Well, there's one of the things about these places is that you have to be real careful because they're like, the balance of the party shift could be 10 guys, could be one family, because there's literally nobody. There's nobody living there today. Like that blue district, all that stuff in the armpit of the Texas Panhandle, it's blue there. That's Big Bend National Park. Like there's nobody living there.
And then the other thing that's interesting up here is Massachusetts, right up here. Not nearly as solid in one way or the other. Could anyone possibly think what would be going on in the late 1960s that the two mainstream parties would lose their hold over what was traditionally either a solid blue or a solid red state? Anyone?
Well, I want to hear your theory.
Oh, well, it's obviously a lot of the civil rights issues that were going on that started to hit the integration policies in particular.
This is one of the things about American politics is it's kind of hard to grab there's lots of eddies and little back pools that you can slide into. How much of that is going Democrat? That's Irish mob machine politics still.
Right.
So I mean, these are it's the Kennedy machine. The Republicans are still in power in their traditional stronghold. And the Democrats are still mostly in power in their traditional strongholds. But like, man, no, never mind. You're right. I was trying to be a contrarian. No, you're right.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that he won, obviously, but the point I'm making is you look up here in the Northeast, that stuff doesn't usually, battleground, which is what you see in these lighter colored counties. There's a lot of cultural pushback up here, and I know you're not as enthusiastic about this, Sandbatch, but when I was at the Mises Institute this summer, I asked Lou Rockwell about George Wallace and Joe Salerno, and
now we're definitely about to get booted from stream.
Well, no, they just mentioned like that was their foray into radical politics, and despite being sort of like up here in this area, there was a strong support for George Wallace. Because people were fed up with integration and a lot of the war stuff as well. So the war was also a factor at this point in time. But, you don't see these states up here becoming a battleground in 1968 because of the war effort. There's been riots at this point in time. There's been a lot of, I believe, busing. No,
busing is probably the biggest one. That's what. But again, outside of the South, my prescriptions get real iffy. I say that all the time. Anytime we do an election stream or something like that, I know about the South a lot. I don't know what the hell's going on in upstate New York. I know the Mormons are from there, and that's about it.
In that case, we won't really make prescriptions there. Just all you have to know, Nixon and his strategy, he wins this election, which this is one of the few maps where you could probably look at it and be like, well, there's a lot of red, so that must mean red wins. Well, in this case, yes. Just barely, though. Nixon starts to eat into some of the southern support down here. So you see, South Florida is teetering on red. This little enclave right in here that has been red for the last few election cycles is starting to spread outwards. Oklahoma is starting to solidify. Everywhere outside of Little Dixie is going red. You have the entire West that is going for Nixon and the Republican Party. And he really does eat into these Democratic areas for what should have been, progressive Hubert Humphrey won states are starting to flip towards Nixon.
But you know, what I want to point out here, though, is that this is Richard Nixon. Okay, so all over Twitter, you'll find Richard Nixon stands everywhere. This is the modern conservative party. This is modern conservative ideology, modern conservative party, and still the South is not voting for it.
Right.
You know, okay, so like we're like well into this time frame whenever, you know, the conservative voters are supposed to be, you know, unifying themselves around what, you know, modern conservatism is. And the Southern Democrats persist. They're still not going. They're still not convinced. And if you're talking about Nixon, I'm guessing you're talking about the 72. No, this is the 68 election.
This is 68 still.
Yeah, bring up 72, and then can you?
Yeah, I was about to do that.
A GIF. I don't know which it is.
Yeah, if you can send it to me, I think I can show it.
I sent it to you.
Oh, you did? Hold on. Yeah, because we're up to year research now, so.
Mm-hmm. So we're going to switch over to the House of Representatives, by the way, which is like from an actual objective historical perspective is like contaminating the field wildly, but I think the House of Representatives is more interesting. So we'll look at that one.
I've encountered an issue in that it is like
it won't do a GIF, will it?
Well, it's shown up as sort of like a slideshow in how I've saved it. So like we can cycle through these things. It's just not going to automatically. Work. Yeah, okay. So
it's on you, man. You got to push the button.
Well, yeah, I'm fine with doing that. So, welcome to the state of the House, right? So, Nixon in 1972, and we're skipping over that because basically the whole country just goes red except for I think Minnesota or
this is the did you? Yeah, okay,
in the presidential election.
Yeah, you skipped 93. 93 is going to be.
Sorry. Here we go.
Yeah, 93. That's the election. That's the election that Nixon won in the landslides because they get elected in 1972 and they take office in 1973. So this is the election that Richard Nixon won. Every state but like Massachusetts, I think, was the only one.
That's Massachusetts.
Okay, but look, the House of Representatives is way different. Like
not quite a Nixon comfortable majority, is it?
Right, exactly. Okay, so what you still see the solid South still exists in the House of Representatives. Now cycle to the next one. Then.
Right. So we get here. There's a Democratic gain over in the West.
Yeah, I don't even know. Like, I guess they're like the Seahawks were playing or something. I don't know.
So the Democrats kind of recoup some of the stuff over here and over here, but they lose a part of Florida, is what I see. Right,
they're losing northern Florida now. Down in northern Florida, that is a group of people called the Pork Chop Gang. That is that's what they're called. That is a group of northern Florida conservatives that are they're fighting political battles on they consider to be the flank of the South, which is South Florida, that was mostly settled by Yankees, and at this point, a lot of those Cubans that Republicans like to rely on in Miami are already there. They're systemically trying to disenfranchise parts of the state. When we get to the 98th Congress, we're going to redraw the map, and we'll get to see what it looks like. But yeah, so there's 94. Okay, again, 94. This is an election. This is the Watergate is happening. So the Democrats start to make some of these gains back. You know, they did lose quite a bit in 1972, but now go to 95.
Well, hold on. If I were a lefty trying to talk about how the Solid South is still like a viable coalition, if I were a lefty, I'd say, well, just look at the gerrymandering. You know, this is artificial.
Of course it is. This is okay. You know, Democrats do voter fraud. Republicans do gerrymandering. That's the way these two parties like to operate.
So, yeah. All right. Here we are. 95.
95 again.
Congress, the 95th Congress. So this is in the 70s still.
Yeah, this is 1977. Elvis dies during this one. So, you know, I like to give our Southern constituency some timeline markers. So Elvis dies halfway through this one, and still the Solid South is holding on. Now go to the next one.
Okay, here we go.
And then
we're going into the 80s now.
So this is the election that really this is Ronald Reagan is starting to, because again still solid South.
Well,
96.
we see some flips here, right in the right near the Appalachian areas.
Right, and what those are going to be is old Southern Democrats retiring and endorsing Republican candidates. Okay, and then so sort of you're still not seeing a party switch in the sense that we would like to think that a party switch is occurring.
Yeah. The South isn't just suddenly going Republican.
Yeah, do it again. You go to 97. Look, everything else is getting red. But look, on there we go again. 97.
Yeah, this core area is staying pretty static.
The Mississippi Delta flips blue again. Okay, so like what is going now? 98 is whenever this is the.
Yeah, we'll save that. Save that.
98 is when gerrymandering happens again.
Yeah, but like part of South Carolina flips red again. So I would say this isn't like a demographic shifting. Isn't this kind of just like the leftovers of at first the Dixiecrats and then Goldwater and then Nixon kind of flipping?
Now this is the interesting story, because this is 1981 to 1983. So this is the Reagan election.
Right.
Now if there is a moment where the Southern strategy is real, this is definitely it. So this is Lee.
Oh no. Sandbatch, we have lost your audio. Hold on. Right. So I can sort of complete the thought there, but it's not going to be with nearly the same depth as Sandbatch, as we've all learned full well. Still there, Sandbatch? Okay. Well, so obviously your narrative is going to be that evil racist Reagan, which you can talk one way or the other about that, would employ a Southern strategy to really appeal to the racial fears of this evil, bigoted South down here, to really flip it red, to make sure that the Democratic Party loses its stronghold. And if the Democratic Party loses this down here, they don't really have a core part of the country left, as you're seeing by this map. Everywhere else is pretty sparse, I think it would be fair to say. Sandbatch, are you still alive? Oh, he's typing to me.
Okay.
He says he's sitting outside and it's starting to rain. So, yeah, I can confirm. I've been on stream when I've done that, and it doesn't really work out well for connection. Yeah, but that's his point here. This is where the narrative really starts saying the Southern strategy goes into full swing at this Reagan election. This is 1981 to 1983, and pretty solid blue there, wouldn't you say, Panama?
Well, yeah. I mean, it seems to have, restored, which is incredible, because I didn't think that this late on the South was still so blue.
It's going to get even more mind-boggling as we cycle through this. But
who was the Democrat? No, because this is Congress, not presidential.
Yeah, this is Congress. But Reagan will win in multiple landslides throughout all this. Okay. Mondale is the big one that he's going to go up against. But at first, he goes up against Carter. Because Carter is 1976 to 1980.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I know that obviously the president does have some influence on votes, and a lot of people
that's why if you look out west throughout all this thing, that's why it starts to flip red.
Yes, and a lot of people now are very unfair to Carter, I think, because I know that he kind of was a bit of a damp squib in terms of his whole presidential career. But he really did command quite a lot of respect and a lot of popularity in many quarters. He was actually, I would say that outside of the terrible economic and domestic situation he was trying to deal with, he was somebody that could actually unite many different stratas of people, and I think that bears up in this map. If we go back to sort of like the Carter.
Am I here again?
Yes, you're here.
Did y'all see me? I turned my camera on for a second. That was like the worst camera dots I've ever given myself, because I do not look good today. Like
I
look
wasn't
like
gonna mention,
I look
but-
like I rolled out of bed and onto stream, which I did.
Well, yeah. Well, to be fair, so did I. The only thing that's different is I put on a suit, which took like 5 minutes. So I've really prepared today. But yeah, I tried to complete your thought there. Like if evil, racist, terrible Reagan is going to appeal to these bigoted, white, insecure racists down in the South to flip
Now,
them red.
what really happens here is that, because again, I want to point out that the Republicans do, and this is where, unfortunately, I can't answer whether or not there was like a serious party shift, because there's evidence that points both ways. We can look at the House of Representatives map, and we see not a lot changing all the way through, all the way through the early 1980s. But you've been focused on South Carolina, and I have not been talking about South Carolina much, but this is where South Carolina becomes interesting, because this is where the mechanics of elections start to matter. Okay, and so after 1976, the Republicans reformulate their election strategy somewhat, and they decide for the 1980 Republican primary they're going to do something different. Okay, and if you're familiar with the order of primaries in which they occur, you're probably familiar with Iowa going first, then New Hampshire.
Right.
But they decide they're gonna try and capitalize on this pocket of Republican support in South Carolina. And Strom Thurmond, of course, Strom Thurmond is in the Senate. He's an important player here. He's an important player in maintaining that Republican orthodoxy, or that Republican party line in this area. The Reagan campaign decides what they're going to do. And whenever I say the Reagan campaign, you all will be very familiar with some of the names that are working on this Reagan campaign. Lee Atwater is one of them.
Right.
Carter Wren, who was one of the founders of the Congressional Club, was the name. This is a very early super PAC. He's a powerful figure in Southern politics. But then some of the other people who were working on this election, Bob Whitaker, who is Sam Francis's mentor, who becomes Sam Francis's mentor. Sam Francis is working in this election, on behalf of the Reagan. A lot of the old George Wallace Democrats have moved have gotten together, and they've decided they're going to try and throw their hat in with the Republican Party. Okay. Right. So maybe there is something like a party switch that occurs. Okay. And so at this point, they have access to all this data that we have now. They're looking at that House of Representatives map, and they're seeing it not change, but they're seeing that they're getting some effective They're seeing some effective returns in specifically national level politics.
Right. Yeah.
So their gambit is that they're going to play on South Carolina's cultural capital. They're going to play on the fact that Strom Thurmond is now a Republican, and he is in South Carolina, which is classically the cultural vanguard of the South. And they're going to move this South Carolina primary, to third, and make it the first primary in a Southern state. And then they're going to campaign incredibly hard in South Carolina. And so what sort of happens is that a lot of these old people that eventually become the PaleoCon movement Russell Kirk is on the ground in South Carolina in 1980. Okay. All these people are on the ground in South Carolina in 1980, stumping really hard for Ronald Reagan. And they do successfully bring all of his delegates on for Ronald Reagan. And that kind of creates the critical mass that's necessary for Ronald Reagan to carry the South in the Republican primaries of 1980, and then take the nomination and go on to win the election. Okay, so that's, if there is a Southern strategy and a party switch, boom, that's where it happens. So that's the night of the long knives movement. Now there's a question of whether or not this produced any lasting change whatsoever.
So we're good to go on to the next one.
Yeah. So this is 98. This is the first time. This is the first time the new electoral map is used. You can see that district that tended to vote red down in Southwest Mississippi is gone now, and it's moved up.
Oh
now,
yeah.
so now, like,
Yeah.
yeah. So what the Republicans have done, what the Democrats have done here, the Democrats are playing hardcore defense now. So what you can start to see them doing is they're going to start to try and gerrymander black votes into one district, because this is suddenly very relevant. So now from here on out, you're going to usually see like, can you see where the black belt is in Alabama now? So yeah, right there. The Democrats are now gerrymandering black votes because at the House of Representatives level and at the Southern Democrat level, they're still attempting to fight a rearguard action, while at the same time the Republican Party is becoming more conservative and also attacking the Southern constituency from the conservative end. So the Southern Democrats are being attacked racially on one end, and they're also being attacked culturally on the other end. And they don't really have any figures that, even their major unifying figures are starting to defect on them very slowly. But
and it might be worth, just because now they're becoming more prominent in your map here, Sandbatch. This is not like the other maps where the darker red and the darker blue is more for that. This is the dark red is white male GOP, the dark blue is white male Democrat, and then the lighter colors are minority for both. And you might want to explain, what does minority mean here? Does that mean
minority? I chose everything that was not I did not include Catholics in the minority. So whoever in the comments was getting mad at me for flaming Catholics, I did not include Catholics in the minority. Right. So that's just white men is not a minority.
So, right. So
if you're a woman, or if you're black, or if you're Mexican, you get a lighter color.
So, right, and that's useful for trying to determine the supposed party switch. Expecting the sort of white male coalition down here to start flipping.
Right, but again, it doesn't. But again, what sort of happens is that at the national level, these Southern Democrat defectors to the Republican Party have, in fact, orchestrated a coup on behalf of the Republican Party at the national level that has not made much of a dent whatsoever at the level of the House of Representatives. And then this is where the internal politics of the PaleoCon movement kind of get interesting, because what sort of happens in the next 3 to 4 years, it happens very quickly, is that these very hardworking, brilliant Southern, they call them the Reagan Democrats, and this is also where I get a little personal. A lot of these people I consider to be friends. This is where they are, classically in politics, this is the moment where, you've done your side a good job, you've done your side a good, and now you want your job, in Washington.
Right.
And when it comes time to divvy out the spoils of winning this election for the Republicans, a lot of these people are cut out. Okay. The most famous, probably contemporarily, the most famous instance of somebody being cut out is Mel Bradford, whose nomination to it was like chairman of the National Arts Foundation or something like that became very contentious because of his hostile attitude towards Abraham Lincoln, which placed him at odds with the GOP establishment in the rest of the country, including Harry Jaffa at my favorite institution in the history of the world, the Claremont Institute. And what you see over the course of the next 2 years is that any sort of opportunity for an actual party switch to occur kind of gets bled down by the fact that the Southern Democrats or the Southern conservatives get lured into voting for a Republican Party that promises them spoils. If all they have to do is vote, vote harder, and we'll get you what you want.
Oh, when
it comes time to actually do things that Southern conservatives want to get done, usually, the Heritage Foundation think tanks, the Claremont Institute people, the people that we think of as the establishment Northeastern Republicans that have really, at this point, they're everywhere. They usually intervene procedurally to prevent any kind of actual reform from occurring. So whether or not there is a party shift that's occurring is hard to tell, or whether or not this is one sort of faction of one party that has figured out how to take conservatives hostage. Because on one hand, the Democrats are decidedly moving to the left after 1975. And really the death knell really the death knell for the Southern Democrat bloc as a force of any power at the institutional level is in 1976 when the Watergate babies show up and they axe Wright Patman. They axe Wright Patman from his committee assignment as the chair of the banking committee. And
I thought you would surely pick like the McGovern Commission or something like that.
No, it's when the Watergate babies show up, and at this point in time, there are still some of these very old Southern Democrats that are managing, and these are anti-banking Southern Democrats, generally is what they are. So these are people who are increasingly becoming men without a party, because the Republican Party is the party of banks, and it always has been, and it always will be. Okay, and there's just it's structurally unable for the Republican Party to be, not the party of Northeastern banking and insurance interests, because that's where all their funding's from.
Well, just going off of the funding from the last few elections, does that still hold true?
Yeah, it does. It's just that those institutions just don't have as much power as they used to have.
Okay.
You're talking because like Jamie Dimon is is giving money to Democrats and that sort of thing. No, I don't think that's as significant as it seems to be. That puts me way on the outside fringe to think that, though. But I would also like to point out that I'm probably the only person who is happy with the Republican election outcome, because I had them at 214 members of the House of Representatives when this all shook out, and they slightly beat my expectations. So I can be very right, but I can also be very wrong sometimes.
All right.
And the sort of the point at which the Southern Democrat coalition no longer has any power at all is whenever the Watergate babies show up. And Wright Patman is probably the most egregious case, because he's this old Texarkana member of the House of Representatives. He's a New Dealer, and he had spent most of his career in the House of Representatives fighting the power of banks, specifically from the Democrat side of the aisle. The new Democrats that show up, again, this kind of valence is what this will kind of help you figure out where I'm coming from. The new Democrats are not necessarily anti-bank, okay, and so really now, kind of what happens, the Republican Party has always been the party of banks, but the Democrat Party is now also the party of banks.
I see.
And their ouster of Wright Patman for having supported segregationist causes in the past is generally perceived as an indicator moment for whenever the Southern bloc lost all of its collective power and has instead become an appendage of sort of Republican Republican Party power. Increasingly, not so much in the 1980s, but by 1982. We'll start to see, especially because in the Reagan administration, they all voted for the Reagan administration. And they didn't really get much out of it. So really, the question is whether or not there's been a party switch, or, whether or not it's hard to say there's been a party switch, because the Republicans seem so underpowered. I mean, the Southerners seem so underpowered in the Republican coalition. They vote the same way they have, really until 2014 at the House of Representatives level. They vote more or less the same way they have in the past. At the presidential level, they swing harder Republican than they ever have before, but they're not really getting anything out of it. So is there a party switch? I don't know.
Right, and we can keep going here, because this map just goes to 1985.
Yeah, I think I got a few more.
Right, so 85 to 87 right here. So coming towards the end of that sort of Reagan-Bush sort of momentum.
Yeah, I think I go to 102.
Right. Yeah.
In this GIF, I can't.
We have 3 more after this. So we'll just give a little bit of a comparison. There are Republican gains here and over here, and down here.
But it's just not happening. This is 19.
Yeah. There's still a very clear core here, and it's like the only part of the country where the Democratic Party has a core. Like everywhere else, just seems to flip or be like a sparse oasis. Sorry, go on.
No, that's it. Now, cycle it again. I mean, again, there has been something like a party switch, and now you can start to see it here. But if there is, it happens so much later than people have generally supposed, and it doesn't seem to happen for any kind of real political reason. It seems to happen just because these guys died and got replaced by Republicans.
Right, and so this is going to 1989. We see a couple of Republican districts have flipped to minority Democrat.
Right, I'm alive now.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, yeah, you are. We can go to the next one. So 1989 to 1991, another Democratic gain over here in Texas. They basically lost most of Florida now, but you see a little bit of shifts here.
You know, no, they don't. Not in that district.
So 89 to 91, like we're about to enter the Bill Clinton era. This is still like, okay, a Democratic core is starting to be made up here, if we're to include the Virginias. If you're to exclude them, there's not really a core building in this sort of Midwestern area. But, I can start to see now that maybe the party is starting to move on from this southern, block. But is that incorrect, Sandbatch?
I mean, it's going to move again. Hit it again. It's going to move back. But they're even electing women. They're even electing Democratic women over here in Eastern North Carolina. So whatever narrative there has been about a party switch that occurred in the 1970s, it falls into a number of mythological categories that I don't think are necessarily very descriptive, but they are sort of mythological. They are sort of important mythologies for the existence of this kind of seventh party system that I think is breaking down now.
Right.
So this idea that the Republican Party has changed is really only describes the way they vote at the national level.
Right.
And there's not a lot of really good reasons to indicate why, because they're not getting anything out of this, or like what is going on here. And now, granted, if you look at a congressional map today, those people are all going to be Republicans. But this switch does not happen in the 1970s. It doesn't happen in the 1980s. It doesn't even really happen in the 1990s. Okay. John Kennedy, who is currently probably the most conservative man in the U.S. Senate, he was a Democrat until the year 2014. Like I remember when he was the Democratic state commissioner for wildlife and natural resources. Like what the hell? What the hell are you doing on the Republican side now? He's changed sides because he felt like it. Just because he wants to get into national politics, so he changes sides. This happen. You still see this happen in deep southern states quite a bit. Politicians changing parties because they're operating in the northern part of the country, or they're not operating in the national level, and they only fit in with the Republicans are the only party that'll take them. It's not necessarily that they fit in with the Republican Party, since the Republican Party is the only one that will allow them to caucus with them because of their opinions on abortion and on guns and this sort of thing. So it's not so much, again, Mike, there's not a party switch that occurs. These people just get kicked out of the Democrat Party, and they don't have anywhere to go, so they end up caucusing with the Republicans. That's not really a party switch. That's Democrats playing hardball politics.
And I'll start from the beginning, and we'll cycle through this as if it's a GIF, and you can kind of see this over time, and just the static nature of this Southern bloc. So back here to the original 93rd Congress, 1973 to 1975, and we'll just cycle through the 10 images. And so it's a little bit more solidly blue as we at the beginning. but then by the end of it, it's kind of
it's back to blue. It's the Clinton block is back. And I've only made maps of this stuff. I really need to make sort of hard quantified data so I can see like what the standard deviation, like what the Bollinger Bands on this look like. So like what Republican flips look like versus what Democrat flips look like. But anecdotally, I just don't see any evidence that at the baseline, I don't see any evidence that the white Southern conservative has altered his mental political economy from what was essentially the Southern Democrats. Okay, they do not act like Republicans. There are some, we're seeing right now in real time why that these people still don't behave like Republicans. You look at the Herschel Walker, and I don't know, neither of y'all were on the stream with me whenever I almost went too far, but
no, I think I was, wasn't I?
And yeah, you might have been on there. But Brian Kemp the other night wins his election for governor of Georgia by 400, and he gets 400,000 more votes than Herschel Walker does. Is that fraud? The only Republican answer for that is that it's fraud. Okay, but if you look at this from the perspective of a Democrat of a constituency that hasn't changed much in the last 60 years, they're still so racist. They're just not going to vote for a black dude. That's just basically like they're like the core tenets of the Republican Party have not ever penetrated to the southern population, except for we're kind of starting to see it happen now, which is those suburban rings of the white flight precincts around Birmingham and around Baton Rouge and around New Orleans and around Nashville. Those places, they're starting to think like Republicans. But
we'll just cap your point here at probably the farthest out election I can find. You can still see this block existing right here in 2004. I'm 1 year old at this point in time, but I'm alive at this point. And there's still the vestiges of a Southern bloc all across this area.
See, I was in high school. So that's I can't remember who was it. No, that's Cedric, not Cedric Richmond. That's that huge blue district in southern Louisiana. That is that district has been gerrymandered again. But that guy, that was a black Democrat who got caught with $90,000 in his freezer, and that was the end of that. That was the end of that. That's Steve Scalise's seat now. They gerrymandered that into two separate districts and put all the blacks in one and all the whites in the other, and that's Steve Scalise's seat now. But really, what you start to see, and another one of the things that's fascinating is that as black Democrats have moved in, you will still start to see them also behave according to the political economy that we classically associate with Southern Democrats. So one of my favorite members of the House of Representatives right now is Jim Clyburn, who is he's a representative from upstate South Carolina, but he runs he's also the chairman of the Congressional Black Caucus, so he's probably the most powerful black man in the world. He runs his district like a medieval fiefdom. Like he runs it exactly how Strom Thurmond would have run his constituency 40, 50 years ago. Okay, so even in the remaining black Southern Democrats, there is the mental infrastructure for governing in a certain way exists in a way that has never been erased. They just don't think like Republicans. They don't really think like Northern Democrats either. This is a very specific political disposition that it was called a Southern Democrat up until a certain point, and then it was called a Reagan Democrat, and then it was called a Libertarian, and then it was called a Trumpist, and then it was called a populist. There's no name. There's not really a contemporary name for it. And this goop is kind of filled in with this idea that there was a party shift, and then nobody ever really explains kind of what that party shift was, except racism. And I'm like, what the blacks down here act the same way. So that doesn't really work either. So, this is to make a 3.5 hour story short. I don't see real evidence that there's been anything like an actual shift in the minds of voters. These are still the same people they've always been.
Right. And usually the sort of pop history answer for, oh, party switch, but there's only been like 4 senators in the United States history that have switched parties while they were in office, and therefore there was no party switch. I didn't really find that very convincing. So when you came out with these maps, going through the times where you would see Nixon and Reagan's policies coming to light in the House level, the part where people directly elect a person to go and represent them every 2 years, on sort of the federal level, you'd expect to see the South, if this Southern strategy worked or was real, like the real is in the sense of, as the media claims it is, you'd expect to see these places start to flip red. But even in 2004, the vestiges are still there. It's only just starting to happen under George W. Bush. Like, either it's really long-term 5D chess playing, or that wasn't it.
Yeah, I mean, then the question is what happens now? Because, and that's a real dicey question, because really we're starting to see that maybe the GOP is, my personal bet is that the GOP is going to start losing its, I think we may start to see something like a hard block remaining voting in the South, but I'm not sure how Republican they're going to be in the future, because I'm really starting to see that the utility of voting with the GOP is starting to disappear for them. And I don't know what that's going to entail, but I think that this period where this supposed party switch occurred was really just a temporary alliance, and that it's either going to have to find some new foundation for remaking itself, or it's going to disappear.
Right, and you can only under-deliver on like your promises so many times.
But it's not even under-delivering; it's a savage under-delivery.
Right?
Like,
yeah,
it is like it's malicious. Even to this day, in the year 2016, Victor Davis Hanson at American Greatness of the Claremont Institute was making comparisons between Hillary Clinton and John C. Calhoun. So
I remember that. Yeah.
They like, the Republican establishment will stop at nothing. There is no element of the traditional Southern political morality and the traditional Southern political narrative that they are not willing to totally trash. And I question how long these people are going to continue to take it. There are a number of structural factors that are moving in favor of the southern states, which is the economic pole of the United States is starting to move south again, because southern states have started to attract international investment and they've started to really reassert themselves financially in the union in a way they haven't been able to in almost 200 years. I'm really curious to see how, a lot of times the dissident right will be very determinist about the course that American politics or world politics is going to take. My take on it is that we live in ancient Chinese curse, very interesting times, and that the next 10 years or so could, there are structural reasons to believe massive paradigm shifts are occurring right now that may not be totally outwardly visible, but this is one of them. Like, how long are these people going to continue voting for people that overtly hate them? To this day, there is go scroll down the bylines of the American mind. Find somebody that's explicitly representing a sort of Southern conservative a Southern conservative perspective. It's not there. It just doesn't exist. Right. They're totally shut out of the mainstream GOP at a time whenever the mainstream GOP is actually most dependent upon their orthodoxy. Right. How long can that situation hold?
And with that, I think that's a great place to sort of leave this off. We've demonstrated the point. We've shown maps. We've kind of left an open question for the future that none of us can really give a straight answer to because we aren't fortune tellers, nor are we prophesiers in that sense. So with all of that, I think that we will go over chats first. Then we will let both of you all, say where to find you if you're working on anything in the future, stuff like that. And then we will. I have one question saved to make sure that we don't just peter off in content. I hate it when streams do that. They finish everything, then they do chats, and then they do where to find us, and then the people advertising themselves after dedicating who knows how many hours to their streams don't really get that much of the audience left. Everyone just kind of leaves. Same with the chatter. So we are keeping this question that I have for Sandbatch until the very end. But before we do all that, Panama Hat, sir, you just got a fire hose worth of information as a complete outsider to half of this. Do you have any questions, comments, any observations, anything like that?
I mean, for as much information as there is to take in and as complex as it can sound, it is in a sense fairly straightforward. Like the things everyone's been saying, that it's all fairly logical. So I don't have any sort of big sort of hitch questions per se. I mean, I now essentially understand the quote party switch, although as we've essentially talked about, it's not really the most accurate way to describe what happened, is it? It was more of a you could technically call it like a slight reorientation, to use kind of a Brit a sort of obfuscation terminology, I suppose. But it's it's a particular. I think certain things in it are very much unique to the Republican style of politics, by which I mean the presidential federal model that America uses, that you see in some other countries as well. But I mean, it's really an American thing, I think.
Right, yeah, Republican in the broad sense, not the party, right?
Yes, so it's been very interesting, and it kind of the thing is, I think America, for as much as many other countries try to clone the presidential republic model, only America really has it in this particular way, with America's particular geographical problems, racial problems, economic problems, that tie into it and tie into what happens. That's really the point that's been rammed home for me.
There's actually I don't know if either of you all have ever seen the show The West Wing, but it's a classic. It's how millennials think the country's run. With benevolent ministers and deep reflection before every decision is made, and not like the Charlie Wilson's war that it actually is. Yes. Which is just raw power. But there's an episode of The West Wing where an African country has come to the United States to ask them how to set up their constitution and run themselves. And they want a meeting with Jed Bartlett, who's the president of the United States. The White House staff has been in this meeting with them all day, and the point the White House staff is attempting to make is that they need to set up a parliamentarian democracy. And the Africans want an American federal republic along the lines of the United States. And Bartlett comes in and he explains to them that in a lot of ways, the existence of the American federal state system is kind of an anomaly in world history, that every country after us that has attempted to set up an electoral system on our model has almost immediately failed. It was like the shot in the dark that this one managed to last long enough to build up the political capital that it needs to get itself from election to election, because it's so messed up. It doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. For instance, it does not make sense for an entire region to be represented by one political party in one branch of the government, but another political party in the other branch of the government. In no other country is that possible that I can think of.
I certainly would echo your point that I think one of the great tragedies of the last 100 years has been countries trying to set up a political system on the lines of the United States, thinking that it works perfectly, when the reality is it muddles along and it doesn't really. I mean, it could only work in America. And for that reason, it doesn't work. If you see what I mean,
right? It's true. It doesn't work. You get ideas, every idea that enters the American political system gets mangled before it comes out the other side because of these strange contradictions that we have.
Also, it's funny you mention Charlie Wilson's War, because I saw that film this year for the first time, and I watched it on a whim when I had some spare time and was bored. And I looked at the cast. I thought, oh, Tom Hanks, Julia Roberts, Seymour Hoffman. I thought this is probably going to be, some like liberal film. And I was like, then at the end, I was like, this is actually a very, very based film by mainstream standards. I mean, like this is quite a truthful look at what politics in the US is actually like. Or at least it seemed that way in a kind of slightly lighthearted way. So yes, because given that you mentioned it, what are your thoughts on it as a political film, Mr. Sandbatch?
Well, it's been a long time since I've seen it. The reason I brought it up is because I used to work for people that worked for Charlie Wilson, and so I'm more their take on it was that it was an accurate film that accurately portrayed the state of play in the 1980s. So, like, for the insiders that knew Charlie Wilson said, yeah, that's how it went down.
Well, there you go.
And I knew frequently some of them feel bad about because at the time they were kind of starstruck new Washington staffers, and Charlie Wilson always had like smoking hot women that ran his office and so on and so forth. But afterwards, after about a decade of reflecting on the morality of the events they helped create, they felt kind of bad about it.
Yes. I also like the whole point about Charlie Wilson represents like an extremely sparsely populated, wealthy part of, I think, Texas, and he has a seat in Congress, of course, and he's like the reason that, and someone's asking him to do something, and he's like, the reason my career survives is because I don't ever do anything. Like,
right?
That's what my constituents want. They want a representative who does nothing. He just occupies the seat for his whole life. Like, and that's a very keen thing to understand about a lot of American politicians and why they are the way they are. It's actually I'm slightly annoyed because I forgot to mention, because I was going to say at which point in which one of the elections we looked at which point did Biden first get elected into Congress, because you see just
actually before my map started, he was
well, there you go. This is like how long these people get just like logged through the system.
Yeah, that's really actually what I'm looking for is to characterize the seventh party system. Who would be the main players in the seventh party system? And this is like, people won't like to hear this, but when it's all said and done, Joe Biden is going to be considered one of the most powerful politicians in the history of America. This is 1973 in the sense that the age of Jackson was 1832 to 1852 or whatever, 1973 to 2020. I don't know what you call it except the age of Biden. He's this guy who he sneaks into government on an anti-war vote. And really from 1975 on, he's a member of the most powerful committees. He becomes vice president. He's on the judicial committee. He's one of the most powerful voices in Washington for 50 years.
This is where he becomes a senator, 1972.
He was in the House of he was in the House of Representatives before that.
Right. But like, this is where he, if I remember correctly, this is where he really starts to bring up like his political power, is when he reaches the Senate.
That's the 93rd Congress, which is my first map. That's his first term in the Senate.
Well, it's like how you get all these pictures of a young Pelosi like hanging out with Kennedy, like in Washington. It's like these people,
hanging out is the tamest way you could put that.
But I know that. I deliberately chose it to hint at the depths that lurk beyond. I don't know if you chaps are familiar with a Gilbert and Sullivan opera called the HMS Pinafore. There's a song in that called Monarch of the Sea, where the Lord High Admiral of the Royal Navy sings a song about how he started out as an office boy in a lawyer's firm who like cleaned door handles for a living, essentially. and through a combination of essentially like he sort of Charlie Wilson's his way to being like admiral of the most powerful navy in the world. And this whole thing, I can't help but think of like someone like Biden, who, you know, as you said, sneaks into office on the back of an anti-war ticket and then just sort of drifts through the flume until, let's face it, by no real sort of no real will of his own, is just then president of the republic, you know.
Yeah, that's a wonderful, because and that's sort of how I would characterize the seventh party system, is that it is the most ineffective, most divided, most gridlocked, most useless, and lowest IQ party system in the history of American democracy. And I'm ready for it to be over with.
You know how
Yeah.
you know how if somebody is running towards you, you can chop off their head with like a sharp sword, and they'll keep running for like about 10 feet, and then they'll collapse. To me, the current American Republic seems like a headless corpse that is still running. It's not actually alive, but it continues to move. You know, I think in platonic terms, or in kind of classical political terms, you're at the point where it will either just collapse in on itself, or you need a Caesar, basically. Like I don't see how the Republic at this point can be resurrected as a whole form, basically.
I'm the not pessimist, but just, you know, my historical sense would tell me that there is still juice left in the party systems. I think you'll have at least one or two more before things really hit the fan. Things will
Did you
get
just
bad.
say? Never mind.
Juice.
I see. Okay, sorry. Took me a while to get that. And just before we move on, I have to ask, because of your profile picture, Mr. Sandbatch, are you a pipe smoker, sir?
Yeah.
Very good. So am I.
Half the chat that I'm in with
Pipe
him
smoker,
turn
you're
into...
over there in Britain. Y'all are hoarding the good stuff. It's in the United States of America right now, it's virtually impossible to find. Which also where my Substack name came from. That's how much of a pipe smoker I am. As my Substack name's Esoterica Americana. Esoterica Tobacciano from one of those like Channel Islands or some shit like that. That stuff's impossible to find in the United States right now, and so is that Squadron Leader blend. That is like the most perfect English blend ever created.
Fantastic, isn't it? Although I will say, a lot of the tobacco I actually smoke, I have to order from the States, because it just no tobacconists here seem to have it. Even traditionally English blends like Presbyterian mix, which has been made in America for some time now, I think.
I think it's made in Germany, but it's probably sold out of America. You order from Smoking Pipes? Is that the one you use?
SmokingPipes.com.
That's what I hate to plug a product because they probably hate me for it, but they're actually because I used to live very close to their production facilities. They are politically aligned with us.
Really?
That's a good business. Both of the major American online pipe smoking like paraphernalia dealers. I guess the other one is Pipes and Cigars. They are also politically aligned with us. So both of those are good companies.
It's funny you should mention that, because here in the UK, we've been discussing can like people on the dissident right get sponsorships from tobacco companies, because we're the only movement of young people that are encouraging like pipe and cigar consumption, and nobody else is. So we could be like, listen, you need us to get your products.
There's a couple of in the United States there's a couple of places you can go, kind of like how black people can go to barbershops and they're pretty rest assured they can talk about black people stuff.
Yeah.
In the United States, if you want to talk about like hardcore right wing, like just dark red politics, you can pretty much go to any cigar bar and just sit down. Even if there's black folks in there, they're probably on your side too.
It's a real shame, because our anti-smoking tyranny is such that there like cigar lounges essentially aren't a thing. Like you cannot smoke in an enclosed space unless it is your own home. It's very
smoking outside is barbaric. I used to say that the ability to smoke inside is an indicator of civilization.
Yes, I agree. Smoking inside and good grammar, I would say, the two hallmarks of a civilization.
So yeah, and the only time that when I had my cigars, whenever I was visiting people a few months ago, It was all outside. Yeah, but in fairness, I don't think that a lot of stuff inside would have taken too kindly to smoke.
I'll never forget the Chesterton anecdote where he was talking about an interview he did in America where he sat down with these two Americans to talk about prohibition, and he offered them both a cigar, and the one said no, and the other one took it and was like thanks, and then took a bite out of it and just started eating the cigar. He's like, this must be a thing in some parts of America. Then
it is. No, it is though. Actually, yeah, that's not necessarily the way like sort of like real rough spun tobacco consumption occurred in the United States, is especially closest to the areas where it was produced. Is you'd get there'd be this dried rope of it, and you just cut a piece off and chew it, and that was the main working class form of consumption.
Plugs and dips. Yes, there's many cultural critics who travel to America would note that, like, especially in the South, everybody, including women and children, would just be like chewing tobacco constantly, just all the time, and like spitting everywhere, and like the floors of like bars and like train stations were just like covered in big gobs of tobacco.
Yeah, you'll see it in old cartoons, like like old Looney Tunes and stuff like that. Like you walk into a bar and everybody's aiming at the same spittoon. Yeah, that's the tail end of when that was those are Depression era cartoons.
Isn't there also a stereotype that baseball players, like, are always chewing tobacco? And
that's a stereotype for a reason.
Yeah.
I don't mean to cut the tobacco conversation short, but later in the afternoon, I do have a Thanksgiving to go to, but we do still have enough time
Thanksgiving.
What was that?
I'm just messing with you. Go ahead, ask your question. As you try to stump me.
Well, no, we're not going to ask the question yet. Both of you are going to chill. We're going to do super chats, and then I'll ask the question. So,
okay.
Panama Hat, what are you looking for in the future? Where can we find you? All the other stuff, things.
Links in the description. You can go to my channel. My Twitter is @VerseByHat. Keep an eye on there for all announcements about books and things. I have a Substack, but I never upload to it, so don't worry about that. That's basically everything about me.
All right. Any big works that you'd like to shill that would be coming soon?
I mentioned the video about Chesterton and the Jews, which I'll be putting out soon. I'll probably do some like ad hoc, like spur of the moment streams on my channel about various things. And I have several books coming, but I can't promise a date. We're looking at the new year. The yearly poetry collection is coming. Various novels and short stories are being worked on all the time, of course, and various essays and things. And the history of Paraguay is still coming. I mean, it's all in the works, basically. I can't put a definitive date on anything. Yes.
Alrighty.
Is it that Paraguay is the one that had that huge war and like the entire male population was exterminated?
Yes, roughly 90% of all adult males were killed in the war.
Yeah.
Alrighty, Mr. Sandbatch, your turn.
Well, of course, I made Esoterica Americana, but I think the last time I published was 4 months ago. It was like before I started doing streams again. But the reason I always say there are like 10 drafts that need to be published. I'll tell you what I'm about to do. Because I just read the new Cormac McCarthy novel. I've got 3 essays that I'm writing about the new Cormac McCarthy novel. I'm going to try to publish one in American Sun. I'll probably give Old Glory Club one of them if they want it, and then probably publish one on my page. And then we're going to go do the 7th Party System stuff after I get all this data sorted out. And that's going to be my new project. It's going to be kind of a decline and fall of the American empire take, starting in 1973 with the 7th Party System. So if you're familiar with Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, the first chapter is called On the Extent of the Empire in the Age of the Antonines. So 1973 is my year that I'm starting to look at American history. I'm going to try and use the blog to write a pretty straightforward history of America, from a perspective that hasn't been told in quite some time. And so that's probably what my project is going to be for the rest of my adult life.
I mean, that's a very noble project, and our side definitely needs some. Yeah, you and I can only go on to so many streams and try to articulate these things. It would be nice to have like text in a direct style.
I like writing more. You could tell I don't dislike being on streams, but it's not my favorite medium. I like writing considerably more.
Well, Okay, and with all of that being said, we will go over Super Chats, and then I will ask you that question, Mr. Sandbatch, to see if you can square the circle on currency. So, we have Prince of Parma for $2. He says, your position on Peterson entirely vindicated, which is, of course, referencing Jordan Peterson, basically calling for trolls, anonymous trolls, demons, to be censored on Twitter. So he gets reinstated after being himself censored, and immediately goes after those evil, anonymous cowards and traitors and Machiavellians and all this other stuff. So I do feel like my predictions about Peterson have come to fruition here.
I'm just of the opinion that Peterson has said some sort of fairly good nuggets of wisdom over the years, but the main thing is that I think he was just cut out to be like a provincial academic. He wasn't really mentally prepared for just for overnight just becoming what he did. I think it kind of just snapped him, I'm not holding that against him. Like, right. I probably would too.
See, my take on him was that he's always been at his core first and foremost a de-radicalizer. And of course, what's the biggest de-radicalizing move you can go to here? Ban the Anons.
Being Canadian, it's just
So we have another $5 from Prince of Parma. Thank you, sir. On the topic of railroads, Cowboy Life on the Sidetrack is a satire against the rails from the time period. It is funny and can be read in public. Both of those are very good attributes for something that you would want to be reading for this time. A lot of this stuff, satire especially, you would have to read in your own confines of home. Because you would get kicked out of the public area where you'd be reading it. But
I think it's like we need a scale for like right-wing books. Is that can you read them in public? Like to
we need like a set of 4 stamps where like on the one hand it's like perfectly exoteric, and then on the right it's like keep this safe and at home.
Lock it up.
Yeah. So that was $7 in total from Prince of Parma. Thank you, sir.
Non-friends and their lies.
And we have €5 from Ned Kettle. Turnip, you're the only person alive that I ever witnessed getting Sandbatch to admit to being a contrarian. Hats off.
I wonder who that is. I'm coming.
I do too. He's got to be hanging around somewhere, We have Paul Moosefoot for $9.99. Thank you, sir. Is it possible the Clinton breaking of the Rainbow Coalition pushed white male voters around as they became disillusioned? Sandbatch, if you have a brief answer for that.
Oh, shoot.
Because I am not studied on Clinton whatsoever.
Well, yeah, Clinton is right in my parallax where I was. That's like right where I was old enough to experience things, but I wasn't young enough to really sort of parse the things that I was experiencing.
See, so he just barely predates me, so I haven't read about him because it's still like recent history. No one's written the objective view yet.
I think that's definitely a real case. Because the Clintons did all kinds of cynical stuff, like put Clinton and Gore on a Confederate flag and plaster it around. It's like And it kind of worked, but it didn't work nearly the same way it had 10 years earlier. And that was really the last time the Democrats did that. But after Clinton was impeached and Newt Gingrich, who is of course from Northern Georgia, became, did his, what was the name of it? Like New Deal with America or Square Deal or I don't know what the hell.
I don't remember what it was. I just remember there was like a bitter winter where he was at a standoff.
The Democrats did try to push Southern white men around until Clinton was impeached, and then they just started ignoring us entirely. That's kind of what happened.
So there's your answer, Paul Moosefoot. Thank you for the donations, sir. We have another €5 from Ned Kettle. Also, Chris is the first ever person not to get interrupted by Panama Hat on stream. Kudos. I have no clue who this guy is, but he's
trying to gripe. He's trying to gripe.
Oh yeah, okay.
I interrupt people because I have questions to ask. God damn it!
There's an old.
That's who it is. It's Cringe Walker.
It's probably like a 12-year-old video now interviewing people on the Supreme Court, and they basically just say you have to rudely interrupt people in this line of business if you ever want to speak.
Well,
and that's kind of how this stream is.
I grew up in a family of loud voiced Welsh people where everybody shouts all the time, and then I went to a boarding school where everybody shouted all the time. You just like if you want to get a word in edgeways, you have to kick your foot through the door.
Oh
Right?
man, that's just the same way. I also went to a boarding school where I was always eating with like I was like at the table with like 10 or 15, 17-year-old dudes. You got to be real loud if you want to be heard.
Shoveling food in their mouths and talking about things and conversations happening like with two people who are about like 12 feet apart with people in between them. You have to know what you're doing. You got to be assertive.
Right. Yeah, and that's why it's allowed on here. There, earlier on in the earlier streams where I had like the shotgun panel of Corey Mahler, Sandbatch, me, and Prude, where we have like that panel, if it met in real life and actually started talking about like real issues, would not have been as civilized as it was on the Roe v. Wade stream. On that one, you don't interrupt people. It's very directed and mechanical. On these kinds of streams, this was a little bit of a gamble because I didn't know how the Chestertonian Catholic Welshman, Kenyan royalty Panama hat would get along with Christopher Sandbatch.
I like
Dixiecrat
Catholics.
Protestant.
I like Catholics personally. I just blame them. I just blame them.
I think I was going to ask actually after the stream ended if Mr. Sandbatch and I could like talk more because I think he's very interesting. I haven't really. I've definitely heard the name around, but I haven't encountered his stuff before. So, but I mean, we both have a shared opinion on the American system and a shared love of tobacco. So, I'm sure.
Okay, I'm very happy that this. Yeah, this was sort of like a gamble panel on my front. I was kind of just like, we'll throw them together and see what they come out with. So, with all of that, now that we've done everything, and we will get to the hot take is what I have it down in the notes. I did this last week where I asked, it was in the middle of the stream, but I asked Apostolic Majesty in Panama Hat about democracy in China and Japan being a modernizing force rather than something else. Not just merely a change of system. This week, Mr. Sandbatch. I wrote this, and just to keep it short, I will let you answer and then not respond afterwards. I will just simply tell people where to go, and then we will sign off. So, Mr. Sandbatch, surely hard money is the populist solution. It's easy to understand, it's physical, and it comes with limited amounts of trickery relative to the system that we have today. And then, as a corollary, surely fiat, non-hard money currency as a system hurts the little guys by inherently being more complicated and having much more trickery and systems built up around it.
The argument against hard money, I think, is have you all been following the FTX scandal?
Yes.
Okay, FTX is what happens whenever you have that's a hard money scam. So essentially, what you have is that hard money systems tend to favor people that already have money because there's a fixed supply of it, and they can create a deflationary environment where the value of their money goes up. And what you essentially have at the bottom is currency supply shocks that tend to reinstate feudal style relationships. For instance, like the Bourbon Democrats extending janky lines of credit to their tenants. So, philosophically, I don't really have like a hard position on this, but in the contemporary American milieu, what I actually see is a shortage of dollars. And so I have a hard time coming out in favor of a hard money system, because to me, what it looks like is that, there is not enough capital trickling down into even the college educated working class, which is, I guess, it first started to exist because of my generation, and that it would be suicidally negligent. So again, a hard money policy would favor what, homeowners? Okay, so like our side frequently don't have homes. So what you need is more money that they can use to buy homes, which does in fact devalue, the existing capital to one extent or another. But as a differential rate right now, I think getting money into the hands of younger unmarried people is probably the most important thing that can be done, because I don't think that, the birth rate problems are going to be fixed until you can get young men in a position where they're financially attractive to women, to create marriages that would allow people to, have children and create more people. So an inflationary monetary policy at present seems to make sense to me. If that answers the question. And it's kind of a sidestep.
I would push back on a few of those things, but like I said, just keep this brief and to make sure that it's honest. Like I said, I'm not going to have a response or back and forth here. We're pushing 4.5 hours, so, and I am about to be late. I actually thought this was going to be at most like a 2.5 hour stream, but I'm very happy that.
It's a big topic.
Yeah, I'm very happy that it wasn't like we just floundered on. We had 4.5 hours of really good
and then
content.
you also, you're talking about stuff that, to me, I'm a 19th century historian at base, and also this is stuff that I'm actively wrestling with right now. So you also get to listen to me stutter as I tried to answer my own questions about things.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's typically when I get the best information out of academics, is when they are still studying the subject. Because that's when they will tell me, you can look at it from this angle, this angle, and this angle. But if it's been settled, then they'll just say, oh, this is the answer, and then there's not many.
No, I told him to Ben, I didn't say FTX was hard money, but what FTX was able to do is use their large position in Bitcoin and leverage it to for a time seize control of the market. And you actually see quite a bit anytime you see what's called a pump and dump scheme, that's something that is attributable to a hard money scheme, because there's no way to expand the money supply. And so, essentially what happens is the people who hold large supplies of whatever is being used as currency will dump large portions of it onto the market, crash the value, and then whenever the financial obligations of people who have less money come due, they have to sell at the bottom of the value curve, and then they just buy a bunch up, and then the people who have more capital to expend go in and buy back their own capital at an even lower price, and then rocket the price back up. This is a basic pump and dump scheme. This is what the American economy looked like through all of the 19th century. So there's a panic in 1837, which is the largest in American history, but every 2 or 3 years after that, there is another financial panic that is ultimately attributable to one of a few different industry sectors running a large pump and dump scheme on the American economy. It's usually British bankers, usually the Barings Bank of London. Once they force America, once they force America onto the gold standard, one of the things about America and gold is that we didn't have a lot of gold at the time, so. Using gold as the basis for our money really put us in hot to people that had gold to lend out, and so we were subject to predatory lending rates.
So I do need to cap the discussion just about.
Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. I was hoping you would answer. So, ladies and gentlemen, our good friend the Prudentialist will be going live in I think probably 33 minutes, if I've got this right. 2 p.m. Eastern, so that'll be 1 p.m. Central. Yeah. So. 33 minutes, our good friend the Prudentialist will be going live. He will be discussing Mearsheimer's The Great Delusion. So that's a 2018 book about liberal dreams, international realities, is the description that's been given. Please go check him out and support our friends. The Prudentialist, like Mr. Sandbatch and I, is also a member of the Old Glory Club, and like all three of us here, he inhabits the same political sphere and probably a lot of the same chats and acquaintances. So go check him out. He's really good. The link is currently being shown on screen, highlighted in chat. Hopefully that is there. Yeah, you should be able to see it in the live chat. I have posted it. So go check him out. And I'm only able to do this because of the financial support given by the very generous members of our audience here. So by all means, of course, only do that if you think the quality is high enough, if you actually get something out of it. There is a subscribe star link in the description. If you do not like giving Alphabet your hard-earned money, I get a higher cut of it as well, which, that's my incentive for shilling it. But, you and I, the audience, have a inbuilt hatred for Alphabet, and I want to see them getting as little money as possible. So Yeah, check that out. That's in the description. All the links for me and the other gentleman that you can see on screen right here, those links are in the description. And with that, I think that we will be seeing everyone probably next Saturday. Thank you for joining us, you two, once again. And I think we're ready to sign off. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.